Session 9. So, well, you know what? Just someone tell me what happened last week. We're going to get right into it. Is Gwen just going to do it because Gwen did the recap this week?
Am I? I don't have any Spark Notes. I don't have a Spark Notes version of the book that I wrote prepared, but I'll try.
I was gonna do it, you mean?
I have a name dire. Okay, so what did we do last week?
Anyway.
We had a successful day of digging, after which we sort of zoned in on the session. Let's see. Let me get back to my recap so I can skim. I believe when we kicked off, we were ready to go ahead and just get some downtime activities out of the way before we went down for our long rest. In that time, however, Gwen went down to the river and took a little bit of anti-werewolf medication, and also Edelweiss gave to Nikolai one of their magical cloaks that they have, because apparently they have several. After which, we set up a long rest. Around 11, we all went to bed. Mordheim went first. His watch went by uneventfully. Then comes Nikolai, likewise. His watch went by pretty uneventfully. Then it's Kenna's turn. She's got other plans. She waits for Nikolai to go back to sleep, wakes up Gwen, and then they go for a hike up into the woods and have a little bit of a character bonding moment. That was sweet. I lost my place. After burning down a tree, gathering some sap, and having a nice heart-to-heart, Gwen decides to head on back to camp, and Kenna stays up with the trees. She is honoring her clan's traditions under the light of the golden moon, despite the fact that she's not with them still, and is performing a ceremonial dance, and I don't want to call it a drum routine, but I don't know what else to call it, around the burning tree, which attracts a cremator and a number of woodland creatures. At the conclusion of her dance, she thanks the cremator for its blessing and then waits until the moon rises to make her way back, during which she finds an abundance of forage and takes note of the story that's written into the circle stones of the druid grove that she'd spent on. Comes back to camp, wakes everyone up. We all have breakfast, and then we head back down to that dwarven door that we left the night before to figure out how to get past it. After a little bit of investigating, we all discovered that it's got a number of magical runes inscribed into the handle that is set into the door, and by channeling spells into it, each of those runes begin to light up in succession. When you manage to light up all 9 of them, the door opens. With the help of Nikolai and Edelweiss, Gwen is able to get the door open and the party ventures forward. Inside, we find a very dark and humid cavern, which holds the source, or at least part of the source, of the warm river that's running by the fort. There is a vast network of roots and vines hanging from the ceiling from the trees up above, and an astoundingly non-magical dwarven door, a second one, with the profile of a golden dragon emblazoned across it. We do a little bit more poking around, find a bunch of bones, burn a bunch of bones. Mordheim finds a magical helmet in there, and then as we're all making our way out, those roots and vines start coming to life, and it's a little scary, and that's where we are at now.
I mean, yeah, perfect. Anyone have anything else that somehow Owl might have missed? It was a lot of words.
All the words and all correct.
Thank you.
All right. Gold star for Owl. And a hypothetical 3rd inspiration point if you guys have the cap for it. Perhaps even 2. Who knows? Maybe in the future we'll find out. In which case, now that we know exactly where we left off, which was the party down below in the unusual cavern beneath Fort Stenmere, right as they were planning to head back to their respective tasks before leaving, the roots and branches high above, breaking through the rock of the cavern ceiling, began to shake and shift and sway. causing everything around to rattle, stones and dirt and dust to fall and crumble. And a large part of it, of this gathered root system, beginning to move very actively. As this is happening, what is everyone doing? We're gonna go right back
Do we
here.
have a map?
I mean, Lars would have been like, as soon as he saw the roots moving, he would have like dropped the helmet and like got his weapon ready.
Yeah, Gwen's gonna pull Nikolai behind, and just out of, I don't know. She's doing her job now, so she's
Yeah,
focused on it.
gonna dad arm him behind you.
Yeah,
You gotcha.
just gonna dad arm him real quick and pull her shield out.
Mm-hmm.
Is all of this kind of focusing on the big roots that we can see the shadow of here?
Yes.
Step away from those if I can. I don't think I can move at the moment.
Yeah, you can. You can. We haven't rolled initiative, so this is like, as this is happening, what does everyone do? You know, Nikolai gets shoved
Not
behind
like
Gwen.
roots.
Nikolai readies the rifle. Edelweiss kind of runs off to the side and presses up against the wall.
Not like this. It's not like this one bit.
Ken is gonna step up, having dark vision still active. Gwen also having dark vision still active. I'm going to step up to about here to see if I can get kind of a better look at what's going on up there.
All right. Hit me with a perception check.
All right, let's crack one. You know what? Let's crack the dice that are held in the wooden tray open.
Oh, we're getting fancy.
Perception plus
Yep.
3.
Yep.
17 plus 3, 20.
20, that's great. So the network of roots above you is very, very dense and intricate. It looks like it belongs to a significantly larger and older tree than what you saw in the courtyard above. It's moving in a very unnatural way. But it becomes very obvious that the roots are kind of moving from the center outward. And the closer you observe, the more obvious it slowly becomes to you that there looks like there's a heart of some sort in the middle of this that's slowly being uncovered as everything kind of shifts and shakes above.
There is
That-
something.
That
Guys,
a heart's being uncovered.
Yeah, there's an obvious central knot of roots that are sort of twisted together into a bulb.
Like
Literally,
a
like
knuckle.
yeah, like like a reverse flower bulb.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ready myself and take a few steps forward. I'm not trying to be hostile.
Okay. Nikolai,
Roughly how high is the ceiling? I forget.
60 feet above.
Ugh. Darn. Are there any roots within 15 feet of Nikolai?
That you could physically touch.
No, that just within 15 feet,
Um,
even into the air.
no, not quite. The closest one would be probably closer to 30 feet.
Okay.
There. Question:
Yes.
Does you said there's a central mass? Does it resemble a heart, like a human heart, or like what indicates that it?
It's there was more of a phrasing for the fact that it's out of all this, various networking of, the roots, which you might equate to veins. There's something at the center that looks like all the movements coming from it. So it's just a center. It's a center mass of gnarled, twisted roots. That's sort of like a big knot.
Alright.
Also, I don't know if it's anyone else, but Owl, your mic quality sounds a little bit different. Like you have a different input.
I've been futzing with the settings. I don't know. Does it sound worse or better?
I like it.
It's
I think it
yeah.
sounds better.
It's just
Okay.
quieter, that's all, for me.
Then I will just turn you up on Discord.
Okay. If I need to make any adjustments, let me know.
Okay.
I think it sounds better quality-wise. At least for my headphones, it does.
Thank you.
Okay. As you all sort of settle in into a position as all of this begins to unfold before you, you begin to watch Kenna being the one that's foremost in this situation. As the roots begin to stretch and lower closer to the ground. Like I said, they're at the closest ones were sort of dangling at around the 30-foot mark. But they begin to descend. Like a whole, like just the whole cavern ceiling's worth of roots begin to descend like a huge cage on all sides. Specifically, if you could see the radius of the shadowed roots here, that all is coming down, and it's going to be a tangled network of roots and vines that will be incredibly difficult to navigate.
I'll just take a step back,
Yeah,
letting it lower.
Yeah, I'm going to, just to help a little. Nope, that's not the shape I wanted at all. Nope, I don't want two rectangles. I want a circle.
Okay, Edelweiss is definitely really freaking out as they see this unfold.
Okay.
Yeah, Lars will be suggesting to the group that we should be getting closer to the exit.
Yeah.
Too late.
No, it's there.
Okay.
That is going to be the area, very obviously, that is going to become very difficult to pass.
So what?
To move through.
Does it look like it's gonna harm me if it comes down, though?
I mean, if you're standing directly where the roots are, I mean, it could hypothetically stab you, but it's not moving in a way that it's like rocketing towards you like a spear. It's just slowly working its way down, like they're growing down to touch the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting on Nikolai's cue to do anything else.
There is something. As they move down, he's gonna go over within 15 feet as they start reaching. Nikolai has mind sight out to 15 feet.
Right.
Weird question. Are these it allows you to see creatures with an intelligence of 6 or higher as if by blind sight.
Right.
Are these vines intelligent enough?
Man, what a weird scenario for that to be in.
Right?
Yeah, you actually can see the roots.
Shit.
Ooh. Guys, that accent. There we go. These roots are somewhat intelligent. I can see them. It's weird.
Then we should be getting out of here right now.
I can see him too, boss.
Agreed.
Second that. I'm just keeping pace with Nikolai.
Yeah.
All of the
Don't
roots.
harm them.
All of the roots slowly begin to make ground. They begin digging into the rocky soil, landing in the water. But it becomes very painfully clear that they're not like reaching out towards you in any one direction. They're just landing and then digging in. And then that knot of gnarled root that I keep mentioning, what I've been referring to as the heart of all this, begins to descend, being held aloft by numerous other branches and vines. And it's probably about 10 feet tall, 5 feet in diameter. And it's just slowly being lowered down right in the center. Right here.
Sir, I have a question.
Yeah,
Have I ever heard of anything like this?
that's a great question. History or a nature check?
Okay. That's gonna be a
Can
nature.
Weird thing. Can I assist her about any intelligent plants now that I can see that they...
Sure.
I don't know.
You can help Gwen.
So
So
take the advantage.
take the advantage.
That's a 10. And that's an 8. So it's a 13.
That's a no-go
Okay.
on the information relating to an unusually intelligent plant.
Could I, on a similar but separate note, have I heard of any beings that descend out of trees?
Very pointed question. You likewise can make a nature or a history check. Last one.
I'm not good at either of those.
For the vine.
Oh,
Oh,
Do it
that
for the
was
vine.
That
Oh
was
my
the vine, I didn't
god.
even realize it. Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm gonna do history because that makes the most sense.
yep.
I rolled a 2, so that's a 4.
Welcome.
Yeah, nothing springs to mind in the immediate action of all this going on.
Didn't study enough in lore class.
The elders of your clan were very knowledgeable, but they were never very good at disseminating information. Not in a way that was fun to listen to.
Exactly, not in a way that I wanted to pay attention.
Yes. Well, this is what you guys are witnessing as you are beginning to slowly make your way out, squeezing along the worked stone wall of this dwarven architecture to your right. And this knot just continues to get lowered, eventually nestling into the ground here. The vines that make up this contraption, this heart, begin to become very animated, like writhing snakes, moving rapidly.
When I moved, did it look like any of the vines tried to grab me?
They did not.
I'm just shuffling this motley crew up along the wall.
Yeah. We're all just sticking to the wall, like sliding across, just keeping an eye on it, getting towards the door.
If I try to dash to here, what happens when I try to start like jumping over vines?
They slow you down. Like they're not actively impeding you, but it's just so dense it's hard to move through.
Lars will sort of like lower his rifle and just say, "I don't think this is here to harm us. Otherwise, it would have done something by now. But this is very peculiar."
Is there any light coming from the heart thing? Knuckle?
There is not.
You said is it pulsing? Is it moving?
It's moving a lot. Yes, it's very active. Like I said, the roots that make it up are moving very rapidly, like snakes in a pit. They're just very active, slithering about. They look like they're kind of unknotting themselves.
I try to move forward at 1 square.
To put it simply, moving each square takes you 4 times the amount of movement. It is that dense. As everyone else is kind of moving, though, and Kenna, you take your first step, it is when you see amongst the writhing mass of roots and vines a brief glimpse of something that is very, very, like a very verdant green. And given your earlier perception check, there was a moment where you're pushing through all these roots and vines, and you watch as it looks like a hand reaches out, and then almost all at once the same sort of movement is done as a root reaches out towards you. But it's not rapid or violent. It's almost as if it's trying to, like someone reaching out to someone that could potentially grab their hand and like hold them from falling off a cliff.
But a root is coming at me?
Yeah, again, incredibly slow. It's gentle. But yes, like you see the hand exit this bundle of roots, and the vine seems to react in the same gesture.
Could go one or two ways. I'm gonna roll a d4 for personal action.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, I don't know if I could get out if I do this. I'm gonna walk forward again 1 square, taking all my move. Well, it takes 20 feet, but I know I have to double, like, 2-hand Pirate Brand for combat. Am I able to just carry him in 1 hand, though?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so then I reach out with one hand.
Okay. The vine is very, very animated. The smaller little bits of it that are at the end, they wiggle around and they wrap around the edges of your fingers like this vine is grabbing onto you like a person with a hand. And then the hand that you see, this very obviously bright green-skinned hand that you see coming out of the knot, seems to grasp at the same time as the vine does. And as you hold on to it, you see a bit more of the hand extend out. Like you're holding on to it is giving it an anchor.
Do I see this happening?
Yep.
Okay.
You've got pretty sharp eyes. This is
And we're not in like an initiative order.
you were not in an initiative order.
But it does. It's so. Has the vine like wrapped around my hand, my arm?
It's wrapped up to your forearm. And the vines are wrapped about, and they are gripping on. But again, it's equivalent to someone who has, got you in a forearm grip, and they're holding on in a manner that seems desperate. There is enough pressure there for you to go, but it's not enough that it's hurting you.
1 second.
I noticed that Kenna is in there because
I look back at Nikolai.
if Edoways would have.
I'm so sorry. That's Scott. I have to take it.
Yep.
Goddamn, Scott.
Works back on.
Don't say that. I mean, it probably is. I'm very sad.
I said it very quietly though.
Is that a what?
Just for reference, if so, I can see Kenna reaching out to this thing, but I can't see what the thing is.
Well, yeah, only Kenna, because Kenna's proximity is the only one that can make out the fact that there's an actual hand exiting this knot of roots. The rest of you just see Kenna sort of reaching out in this vine that is now sort of grasped onto her.
Right.
Oh wait, hey Dyer.
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me now. Cool. I was asking if I noticed that Kenna was trapped in there.
You don't see Kenna, so no.
Yeah, but like before I went over here.
No, Kenna wasn't even that deep. Kenna was walking around at the time when you went up.
So I don't know where they are.
You don't know where Kenna is, correct?
Okay.
Just for the sake of reference.
Lars will go up and touch the one of the vines, like on the outer edge.
Mordecai, don't do that.
It's unusual in that it reacts to you. Like you walking up behind like cattle and it not knowing you're there and it suddenly reacting, where it kind of has this unusual physical twitch to it where it's surprised. And then as it does, it'll sort of coil up like a snake, and the smaller pieces of it that are split at the end will sort of reach up and begin finding your hand, and with its, unusual root-like fingers and tendrils will sort of start feeling around the pieces or in edges of your hand.
Yeah, Lars is like, he's not wanting to like when that happens, he's sort of like slightly pulling away so it doesn't have like an opportunity to grab. So he's like kind of like, he's reacting, but kind of like, I don't want to be in a position that gets me like compromised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interested, but cautious.
Yeah.
I have a question. This might play off that question that I asked earlier. Now that I'm watching it like interact with the people around me, does this seem familiar to me at all? Is there anything?
No.
None.
No, nothing that's coming to the forefront of your mind. If your rolls had been slightly better, perhaps, but no, nothing is jumping up to you that goes, yeah, this is a good idea.
See, now this is the point where I'd like to ask the question, would Porsche consider me wanting to play fetch? with all this going on. Stick.
No, I think Porsche is she's trained well enough that she doesn't know what's going on, and I think she's still probably a bit on edge from the pile of bones in the corner that made her nervous. So I don't think she's eager about the situation. I think she's probably staying quite on guard.
As just a joking question of like big stick, just break a piece off and start throwing it. But no.
Hold on, let me make a wisdom saving throw for Gwen.
Sorry about that.
Yep, all good.
So it is wrapped.
Yep.
Then I'm going to grip it back with my hand and try to pull myself closer.
Okay. I want you to make an athletics check.
You got it. 14 plus 4 for an 18.
That's great. Using this vine that is securely hanging on to you, you pull on it and find that is very firmly held in place, and you can pull yourself forward. As you do, the hand that you see that is reaching out of this heart, more of it extends out. You can now see a forearm. And the forearm is the same color as the hand, except it has small pieces of what look like newly grown leaves that are just forming out of the skin.
That's some crazy stuff.
I'm gonna ask.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, what language do I choose? Druidic. Do you mean harm? It's my left hand that's grasping. Right hand's got Pyrebrand in it.
Right. The vine that has a grip on you still, at its edges. So if we equate this to a hand grabbing onto you, it would be the fingertips, applying additional pressure. There is something that sounds, and all of you can hear, a bit of a reverberation that echoes out from the heart. It sounds like it's trying to answer to you, but does not have the ability to, in its current state.
Leave now. Everyone? What are you standing there for?
So we can go ahead.
Can I discern anything from the tone or intonation of the of that sound that came out?
You can make an insight check.
I would like to try.
Let's say I'll take 2
16.
if someone else is interested.
16 for
Sure.
Nikolai.
Is very interested.
I should have rolled.
I need a dice tray.
This is very
There we go.
misleading.
That's
great.
pretty good, to be honest.
Okay. Gwen and Nikolai, there is no words to this, although it's like listening to someone who's muffled themselves and is a great distance away. You can hear the sounds of syllables, like they're trying to speak, but the actual ability to hear the enunciation is completely lost. But you can feel the literal reverberation as the roots shake, and they're all pressed into the ground, so the dirt under your feet shake, and you see ripples in the water. It sounds, at first, the most human, bestial reaction you get. It sounds sad. Nikolai, listening to it more and being able to sort of psychically tap into the roots a bit, like just being able to sense their physical, actual knowing presence, you realize it's pleading. It seems like it's asking for help.
Huh. It's sensing that Nikolai will start pushing in.
Likewise.
And he will say, it's it, it's like it's asking for help, and it's pleading in some way.
Dyer, I have a
Tapping
brand.
for else. Don't listen to it.
Dyer, I have a brand on my left hand that I mentioned in my backstory. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take off my glove, and I'm gonna lead with that hand. And any contact that I make with the creature, I want you to know that I'm using that hand.
Okay. Edelweiss, you're trying to say something, and there's been a lot of talking. What are you saying?
I was just trying to say, of course it's asking for help, but you don't listen to that. It's just gonna pull all of us. Don't get sucked in as well.
Lars hearing the pleas from Edelweiss, knowing that he's probably not gonna help in this situation, he'll sort of back away from the plant, and him and Portia will go stand next to Edelweiss if I can find her. Jeez, where am I?
Find them.
I don't even know where you are. I need help. I'm now in the dark. Oh, have I got the torch? Okay. Oh no.
Well, it's floating in the air, so at any point in time, you could literally just grab it.
So to move 5 feet costs 20.
I get
Yes.
Porsche to fetch it.
Okay.
I get Porsche
Nikolai-
to fetch it. Bye.
Nikolai needs the light, so he actually holds it and holds it up.
Okay. Yeah,
Right.
Porsche's just stuck there trying to pull it. No, leave it, Porsche, leave it.
Good dog.
And as I get up to Edelweiss, I'll just say, look, they seem to know what they're doing. I know you may be concerned, but Kenna has been very good to us so far, so I wouldn't be too worried. If she knew something was up, she would have told us a long time ago to run. And but then you go on.
Can I see if Nikolai walked in? What? I'm not looking for him, but would I notice it?
Nikolai? Like, if you look over your shoulder, it's very dense, but yes, you can see both Nikolai and Gwen.
Well, they didn't say anything out loud, did they?
Nikolai said something. He didn't say he was entering, but
Yeah,
he,
you would have heard that.
yeah, he gave he gave the statement of it seems to be asking for help.
Okay. So, like, as he pushes in, I go, I don't know if I can actually get out if something goes tits up. I mean, sideways. Sorry. I'm gonna move forward, but I'm gonna tell him that he needs to stay safe. Be like, Nikolai, stay safe.
Ooh. Here's something interesting.
Are you though?
Okay.
Are you though?
That
We
was
would listen to her.
Yep.
We need somebody who can pull us out if shit goes sideways.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For open narrative, now that I've used it on everyone, over the minute, Dyer, Nikolai would like to over a minute, Nikolai would like to observe, using his intelligent insight,
Mm-hmm.
if he can, to try and discern the meaning of this
Yeah.
creature.
Give me a long minute. Especially since as both of you have stepped in, the vines have, in a sense, it sounds like an oddly intimate word to use for this, but it's the best word to describe it. A lot of the vines have sort of begin kind of caressing the edges of you. Some of them are going over Gwen's shield, shoulder. Each of you, if you proffer a hand, the vines take it like someone else someone offering your hand, taking your hand in theirs. It seems like it's actively seeking out attention or touch. And so the longer you stay in here, the more they sort of begin finding parts and pieces and just trying to figure out, like a blind person trying to find the shape of someone's face. These vines are just trying to figure out who or what you are.
Like extending for the rest of the cave, or just the vicinity
No,
where everyone else is
yeah,
at?
it's staying in the big green circle.
Is the door open? So,
Yes, yeah. The door never closed.
I want to call out an elven.
This is the door, right? This is the door. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
there's
stand at
stairs.
the doorway.
Yeah, this is where it takes you off the map right here.
What?
Gwen,
Hi.
you saying them?
Yeah, I'm gonna say an elven. Are you hurt? Just gonna put that one out in the world.
There is no response.
Okay.
Kenna, you continue to pull yourself deeper into this. Finding yourself getting ever closer to this, the vines that have wrapped about you, pulling you closer and closer as you are using it as a anchor. You get close enough to see, with each of your pulls closer, that the arm exiting this heart is getting more and more free. It is up to almost up to about a shoulder now. And the greater, now that you're so close, you can see in greater detail the fleshy parts of this arm appear very plant-like. It's got small little saplings growing out of its skin. And closer to the shoulder, you see bits of gnarled bark that's sort of wrapped down and around into whatever figure is hiding underneath. The hand is fully extended with the palm and fingers all the way open, trying to find something to grab onto.
The hand, like the arm itself is the hand?
Yeah. It's slowly just reaching out, trying to find whoever's pulling themselves closer.
Am I within reach to let go of the vine and grab the hand?
You
or would
could.
I have to be... Or would I, okay.
You could be.
I can do that without dropping pyre.
Yeah.
Alright, I do it.
Okay.
Like, pulling through the vine wrapped around, I just, like, stop grasping on the vine and then reach out for the hand and try to grab hands.
Okay. The vine relinquishes your grasp, but again, in a weird movement, it sort of snakes past where you guys were reaching, and it gets behind your shoulder, and it kind of urges you forward towards the grip you're now seeking. Where you grab onto the hand that is extended before you, you can feel underneath the leather wraps of your hand and forearms the warmth of this individual. And as you sort of reach up, their hand, by comparison to yours, Kenna, is much more delicate. It grabs on, like, feverishly. Like, now that it has a grip, it doesn't want to let go. And you can feel it. It feels like it's pulling, but you've realized getting to this position, it's trying to use you to pull itself out. And just barely, underneath this writhing mass of roots and vines, occasionally you catch the glimpse of a bright yellow eye that is staring at you through it.
Keep rolling the same number in that d4.
Go
Choose
deeper,
all
says the
day.
dice.
Yep. So getting that idea that thing's trying to get out using me, I brace my stance, and after I've joined hands with it, I put all of my weight into like my feet, and then I pull.
Athletics check.
What do I have again? +4. 11 + 4 for a 15.
You pull with a great deal of might, and find that it is pretty hard stuck. And as you get almost to the apex of your pull, where you see like the arm starting to pull, you see a bit of shoulder, and then you feel the resistance kind of pulling back on it. You see another hand force its way free and claw up its own arm until it finds your hand and wrist and grabs on with both hands, not wanting to let go.
Would I be moved further in? Would
You
I
would-
be moved?
You would not. You are currently staying in place. Gwen?
Sorry. Do I see this?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you guys are now seeing bits and pieces of a thing that is obviously more than just tree or root.
Yeah, I don't know if this is like the group ball from Guardians of the Galaxy, so I don't know what I'm looking for. But she would just call to Ken, do you need some help?
Before I answer that, Dyer,
Mm-hmm.
how tall is the massive vines around me? Like, that's hard to get through. Is it more just thick around, like, the knee and waist that it's hard to move through? Or is it, like, chest level, like, you have to, like, jungle wade?
Floor to ceiling. It's dense and thick, yeah, and you have to push your way through. Imagine walking through, like, a curtain of beads, but each string of beads weighs, like, 50 or 60 pounds.
Got it. So there's no throwing an object.
No, not really. It's you. I mean, you absolutely could, just disadvantage. And the DC is adjusted to accommodate. It's very, very challenging.
All right, D4. Here we go. It's a 2. Do not want to let go of him. I swing Pyre upside down to as much as I can, like position him upside down, and I plant the axe head into the dirt, into the soil, and I let go of his handle, and I grab both arms with both hands, and I basically like stand with my ground with my feet, turn sideways, and then just all core, just spin pull.
Okay. Another athletics check, please. And while you're rolling that, the other two of you. Oh, I guess Nikolai is focusing on his insight. Gwen.
I got a natural 20
Ooh,
for
yeah.
24.
Great.
I thought it was gonna be a 2, but it wasn't.
But it wasn't. Gwen, what are you doing? You're going through the motions of watching Kenna, like, briefly process the decision that Kenna's going to make, and then begin working a Pyrebrand into a position to leave it at rest. What are you doing?
What have the vines, like, are they wrapping around me and Nikolai? Are they being restrictive in any way? Or are they just sort of...
No more than the vines were just to get in here. They're not really holding you back. Like, because all the vines are just difficult to move through. The vines and roots are very dense and heavy. But they're not actively holding you or stopping you from moving in any one direction.
I'm going to take one step forward. I'm going to stay within, because I imagine that's all the time I have. And like I said, I'm going to lead with that scarred hand. Just since you mentioned cattle, I'm going to mention horses, like you do when you're like walking behind a horse and you keep your hand on its butt so it doesn't kick you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to like keep a hand on the vines and just sort of keep a low, even tone and just try to push forward a little bit so I'm at least closer if anything goes south.
Okay. Kenna,
And I'm just watching and waiting.
you dig your heels in. You leave Pyrebrand anchored in a position that is near enough by that if something goes awry, you can reach him easily. And you clasp both hands around the wrists of this entity that is clinging on to you for what feels like dear life. You lean back with all of your weight. You grit your teeth and muscles bulging. You pull with all of your might onto this creature, and you watch as all of the vines around sort of react to this, as they sort of begin to shiver, as if you might on a cold winter morning. And as they begin to shiver, you see more and more of the vines and roots that are hanging onto this entity begin to sort of slip away and around the figure and form. And after a moment, you see as the top of a head emerges with thick, root-like hair that looks almost equivalent to like dreadlocks. They have little bits of grass and stems and leaves wrapped around them every so often. The top of a head slowly emerge, pieces of a face, and now you see before you, staring directly at you, two bright yellow eyes. A slender feminine face, and just this look of absolute desperation for you to succeed. They are staring at you so intently as they are clinging onto you with every ounce of strength they have. And all at once, like trying to rip through a piece of cloth that has been very stubborn at first, you just feel it give way. And you and this figure go tumbling backwards. And almost all at once, all the roots around you kind of slacken. As if exhausted from what they were doing.
Do I need to brace myself to catch them or to get out of the way?
That's up to you, but they are coming for you. Because the roots are not resisting, are not slowing speed and momentum like they once were. So this is a bit of a dominoes effect. So what do you do, Gwen? Do you try to hoist Kenna up, or do you just get out of the way?
I'm going to try to catch him. I'm going to try to stop her momentum. Just throw my weight against hers. And
Athletics check.
So we're all going to the ground, because as this being came free, Kenna pulling would have wrapped an arm around them and then gone for a dive, into the ground.
Oh, not just stumbling back.
No.
Okay.
Well,
in that case, I would have just tried to get out of the way.
Acrobatics check.
Alright. Let's search it.
If oh, go on.
9?
Natural 20 plus 2, 22.
Okay.
I rolled a 4 on my d4, and I don't want to leave Pyrebrand further than a hand's grasp away.
Okay.
Can I grab
So
Pyrebrand?
when they came free, she would have just wrapped and then dove to the ground to stay within range.
Okay. Yeah, you would have positioned it in such a way for this potential occurrence. You can more or less land next to, adjacent to Pyrebrand. It's not in the best position for if you had to fight. It's going to be partially pinned under one side, but you have it with you.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen, you deftly, seeing that there was really no easy way for you to salvage and keep upright Kenna, and this entity that Kenna now has, you sort of grab onto one of the edges of the vines and pull yourself out of the way as they collapse to the ground in a heap. And very obviously, as I mentioned, the roots that have sort of slackened, but are no less intelligent, Nikolai, for the record. It's not like anything about them has changed. They're just not as physical at present. This entity that is now lying on top of Kenna, and by and large is perhaps half the stature of Kenna, is about anywhere between 4.5 feet to just under 5. Very slim in build. And now at a closer look, it's as if you tried to carve someone out of plant life. This is the entity that you see before you. They are breathing very heavily. And then as things, after a couple of seconds pass, you watch as the deep breaths, the roots begin sort of reacting to that gesture. They sort of inhale and exhale, and inhale and exhale, and then they slowly, as the breathing normalizes, the roots react in kind and lessen in their grand movements.
How far along of the minute are we?
For the sake of it, we'll say your minute is up. And it reveals to you. Let me roll the dice. It reveals to you, to keep things simple, the alignment of this creature is neutral good.
Ooh.
Promising.
For flavor, Lars is keeping with Edelweiss, like readying his weapon, but he's gone and told Porsche to go help the people to pull them out if they need to, like a rescue dog.
Right.
So Porsche is like standing at like the edge of this like massive vines, sort of like yipping a bit if anyone needs any help.
And Edelweiss still is annoyed at everyone doing this.
Nikolai learning that will actually sort of like, excuse me, Glenn, and will push himself forward a little bit. This entity is good.
Does it appear
Good natured at least. So.
It doesn't appear hurt. It appears exhausted. There are no obvious signs on its otherwise naked body that it's suffered any wounds or damage.
Heard Nikolai say that? Distance. I don't know how much noise there is going on.
It's muffled a lot by the roots. The distance you guys are away, you could hear people speaking, but you can't discern words.
Cool. I don't have to get annoyed at Nikolai.
Step forward and just like put my coat over its shoulders.
It is now actively looking at both of you. These bright yellow eyes are just observing.
I still have them, I guess, if you want me to make another check grappled.
No, they're not resisting. Even if they wanted to, you don't think they have the strength to. Sorry, I'm just getting my cheeks.
I'm not being rough or like, you know what I mean, like forceful on it, but like there is still a grasp around them.
Yep.
Like a wrapped around hug.
Is this a creature I'm familiar with?
At a glance, no. And I'm about to use a voice mod. If it is difficult to understand, please someone interrupt me and let me know. So that way I can either make adjustments or put it off until another session where I can do more testing. Its eyes will search between the three of you. A look of relief, but obviously worn by an exhaustion that is overtaking it very rapidly. It will look between the three of you. Who here speaks Dwarvish?
I do.
Nikolai does.
Okay. Nikolai, Gwen, you will understand what it's speaking, but it speaks in a dialect of Dwarvish that is very old. Dwarvish has evolved quite a bit over a long period of time, as all the languages have, but it's speaking in a dialect that is thousands of years old. It's like trying to, if you speak the same way, have you ever, actually both of you would probably know this pretty well. If you go to any part that's in the heavy southern parts of the southern United States, like in the Carolinas, and you go to the deep south parts, listening to someone speak with a deep southern accent, it's kind of like that. You have to like process, even though they're speaking the same language as you. It's like that.
Thank you. I've been trapped down here for a very long time. I've been waiting for someone to find me again.
is your name?
I am Kalina.
Who put you there?
Let's hope I spelled that right. Let's hope I spelled. Oh, god damn it!
I have been placed
Hi.
here by the dwarves and have been here for a very, very long time.
Does she look to be like fading to the exhaustion, or like she's holding steady? How does she look?
It's taking a bit of effort to speak, and let alone like actually hold their head upright. For the most part, they're lying still on top of Kenna, but they're trying to hold themselves up and to be able to look at people as they're speaking. But you can tell even that's straining.
You said, yeah, it's like probably introductions first. My name is Nikolai. I our party has been inhabiting this fortress for a little bit and just came down here. You said you were trapped. What do you mean? Like, of course, the vines and stuff, but what is the nature of the imprisonment?
I was sealed away here by the inhabitants of this fortress a very long time ago. They would tend to me as necessary, force me to do their bidding. But then one day they stopped coming. One day they all died.
How have you survived down here without them tending to you?
Eyes would turn to you, Gwen, and the look of exhaustion would weigh even heavier on them.
By sleeping. I have been asleep for a very long time, waiting for someone to find me again.
Are you related to those trees up top in any way?
They try to turn to regard you, Nikolai, but finally it looks like they're just so tired that in the movement, their head just sort of stops and droops. But then still kind of speaking downwards, will still respond.
I am those trees.
Now that we found you, what would you have of us?
Question: does Gwen translate that she is those trees to me?
Yes.
So as you ask that, she doesn't look physically injured, right?
No, not at all.
But Kenna's gonna respond, start beginning to shift. It's just gonna. If she can understand me or not, tell her not to be afraid.
I do.
And I'm going to, as I say that, I'm going to put healing into her.
Okay.
And while doing that, I'm going to stand up and cradle her, like picking her up with both arms.
Very easy to do. To you, it's like carrying a child.
And so, like, going from like this to like then like sitting up and then like rotating to here and then just swooping up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then just do like a squat stand up, like
Mhm.
one motion, just up onto the feet.
Very smooth.
And there's gonna be like, you'll notice if people are paying attention, there's gonna be like a small light that comes from her hands that then heals into her.
Suffuses is a good word.
And then kind of looks around and
Can we take her from here?
ask her.
Maybe.
Gwen, could you grab
well,
Pyre?
Yes,
I do grab Pyre, and I do ask if we can take her from here. He's what did he say?
Before I respond, Nikolai, were you trying to say something?
I was just going to ask that question, but she got it. So.
Okay. Being held by Kenna, the head tucked down a little, the eyes open, resting against Kenneth's chest, and just sort of look between the two of you.
I do not do well with the cold. There is a reason why they have kept me here for so long. I am weakened in this type of place.
Translate.
That's fancy looking.
What'd you say?
Nothing. I was looking at the spell card input. That's different.
Well, this may help, although it may not be my place to give. He'll take off the coat that Edelweiss gave to him, and we'll drape it over them. This will help you with the cold a little bit.
There's some internal screaming going on somewhere. I can sense it. Right.
It's just gonna be how it goes.
Yeah, oddly appropriate for the session because now everyone's being wrapped in blankets this session. How about that?
Me, my tropical climate.
I don't know what to do with the dryad.
Yeah. Are there any other tongues that you can speak, like maybe common, or is it the only dwarvish?
I had been here for so long, and only heard the dwarf speaking. I have forgotten the other languages that I knew. Given enough time awake, I should start remembering them.
Did she ever answer the question, now that we've awoken you, what we should have of us?
No, she didn't. Good point.
Okay.
You have already done the greatest service in which I could ask of you. I only ask now that you do not inform my captors that I am free.
You can rest.
About
there
that.
alone instead.
Yes. Over in there, and also, in order to get down here, we must have dug up some of them. So, you should, yes, as she says, indicates to Gwen, you should be fine.
Would you have us leave you here so you can recover?
I will not survive above ground in this weather. The cold is not something that is common from the place that I am from. I am not meant for temperatures such as that, even with the aid of magic.
How did you get here? Where are you from?
The dwarves. The dwarves, over a very long period of time, came and harvested me and my sisters. They have enslaved us for thousands of years to suit their needs and uses in places such as this, protecting secrets that they would otherwise not wish others to know. I am from a place called Viridian.
I'll take 2 history checks on that if someone wants to roll.
Ooh. Definitely
Can I just-
Nikolai.
Can I help Nikolai with his?
While this is going on, Lars will be shouting, "Is everything all right?"
Meanwhile,
You know anything about a place called Viridian?
I rolled a 13 plus 2 for 15.
okay.
That's a nat 20. If someone, by the way,
Y'all
did
got
someone
it.
say? Did someone shout to me? Did someone shout to me? Do you know a place called Viridian?
That's what it sounded like Gwen was doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a natural. Natural 20.
For
if it's
total?
history, that's a +4. That's 24.
Okay.
How I do not know.
A couple of good news, bad news things. The bad news is, Gwen, since you decided to shout that and forced a roll from Lars, that means Nikolai is not getting advantage on his.
Okay.
So that 26 that he rolled does not count. Which means that Nikolai and Kenna rather, do not know anything about Viridian.
Reese's and Pieces. I'm sorry.
However, Lars, it's an obscure reference that you once heard talked about by a beloved dwarven forge master. He only ever made reference to it, never spoke about anything in great detail. But there was something that he mentioned in dwarven history a long, long time ago that whenever he spoke about it, he seemed very sad about. And he had a phrase, which was always in reference to when the project seemed like it was going well, and then it would hit a sudden, abrupt roadblock, which was, Viridian will never look as green again. And he would say that constantly whenever a roadblock would come up. But that's all you know. So you do know that somehow, some way, somewhere, it's tied directly to dwarven history somehow. The specifics of which you do not know.
Lars will sort of pack up, like sling his weapon over his shoulder and start walking towards the group. And as he gets within earshot, he'll say, "I've only heard of Viridian from a dwarf. It was used in a phrase. Sorry, was it the Viridian garden will never be as green or something?
Viridian will never be as green again.
Yeah, Viridian will never be as green again. It was a kind of a negative sentence, as in, this could have gone better."
I asked.
You. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I insist.
Nikolai will say. Nikolai will say, your sister? Do you have a? Is there another, person, being like you here?
A slight shake of the head.
Not in the same sense that you mortals share for family. My sisters, like myself, we were a group of entities that oversaw a vast, wondrous city. We were responsible for its protection, for the lands, for the people. And then that time came to an end.
I translate.
Go ahead.
You've
I
been
heard
weakened.
your mic.
Oh.
You've been weakened by your time here. Is there anything we can do to help you regain your strength?
me to rest. Now that I am not asleep, I will slowly take my nourishment from the soil and water around me. I will regain my power in time. At least enough until the seasons change once again.
Is there a place that you would like us to set you?
I begin carrying her to the water's edge, and I just walk into the water. But instead of like carrying her into the water and like submerging her or anything, I walk into the water and then go to like place her down sitting on the bank. Kind of like a foot in the water type of thing.
Yeah. They very comfortably kind of allow themselves to settle in, pushing themselves past foot into a just about knee depth into the water, and resting like that. One of the vines will sort of descend from above, and they'll just sort of wrap an arm around it to keep themselves upright.
And please, whatever you do, do not tempt fate by opening the door to the dwarven building beyond. A terrible secret is kept within.
Can you tell us what it is?
No, only that I know that the dwarves enslaved me here to keep it from being discovered.
If you have any further need of us, we will only be above.
Please tell me. Please someone say they translated that to me.
I translate everything that's going on.
Okay. Just looks deadpan to Nikolai and squints real hard.
He just eyes away.
An
Well,
audible
now I'm
sigh,
intrigued,
an
but-
audible sigh from Lars.
I'm intrigued, but having a being such as that say that, you know, my curiosity is sated for now.
Let's let the lady
Probably for a while.
Us.
Yes.
And Gwen will just sort of like, not forcefully, but firmly, just put an arm or a hand on your shoulder and just sort of like start walking you back out.
Before she moves him too far, he'll ask, "Do you mind if I take back the cloak? Seeing as you probably won't need it. It's very comfortable for the surface." Asking towards Kalina.
A vine will reach down, lift the cloak off of their shoulders, and then carry it over to you.
Thank you.
Kenna, do you
Wraps
want me
it
to
around
take
himself
Firebrand
again.
back? Asking the Dwarvish.
You asked in Dwarvish.
No, no.
It's awkward.
I asked him how. Because I imagine I'm still holding it. If not, then the question was.
She just kind of smirks. Sure. Put him in the fire. And then she kind of waits to see going to be able to pick up and carry.
How much does Firebrand weigh?
I think that's a better question for Kyle.
No clue.
Heavy.
That's for
Very-
Dyer to decide.
Damn it.
Big.
Lars tried to pick it up, and Lars kind of only just made it
Yeah.
with a good strength check.
Given by comparison, Gwen is a bit better fit. for wielding a
Gwen is a
weapon such
strong
as this.
girl.
Granted, the height is still probably a bit too much for Gwen to wield it practically. You can carry it. It is noticeably heavy.
She is very careful with it. Damn near reverent. But make sure it gets back to the fire. And
As Gwen's like pulling Nikolai back towards him, Lars will sort of notion to Nikolai to like wave him over, so to speak.
Aye. He'll walk over.
He'll sort of like approach you like and sort of say in your ear without being like very like audible. He'll say like the person who made my rifle, he was dwarven, and he spoke of that phrase that I said. I don't know if you knew his name, but his name was Eric Rudigum. That is where I know that phrase from. I just wanted you to know, so you could research it, if you so wanted.
Thank you. Yes, it's I will definitely look into it. If not for my own curiosity, maybe we can help Kalina back, if they so desire. Go ahead.
Mordecai, you didn't overhear her speak about the dwarven door behind us, did you?
I think I heard that.
She just nods. Good thing to keep in mind, I believe.
Oh, if someone, especially a being, says to not go through that door because something bad might be behind it, I will definitely oblige them to, and trust what they say. No one's just gonna say, "Oh yeah, going there is something nice for you," and then there won't be. And he's sort of like going off on his own conversation, like kind of frustrated that he actually probably really wanted to go through the door, but he's like kind of explaining it to himself that he can't go through the door now, and it's kind of infuriating. Well, not infuriating him, just mild disappointment.
Gwen is just smiling and nodding and like a sort of mom herding the two of them and the dog out to the door.
And I just want
Very
to,
knowing look.
I want to offhandedly mention to you, Mordecai, that your exceptionally great history check to try to remember Viridian. Not only do you remember that phrase, but the thing that I feel like I neglected to mention, there is no current place in existence that you know that is called Viridian. It is not a matter of it being obscure in history books. It doesn't exist in this time.
just as like Lars is like collected his thoughts, he'll turn around and then stop and then turn around again and go and sort of like walk over and tap Nikolai on the shoulder and say, "Oh, and it doesn't exist," and just walk away.
Oh wait a minute. Is Gwen approaching me?
Gwen is trying to approach you. If she's
I think
coming
everyone
up to
is.
you, yeah, she's got the two boys in front of her, and she's just like, "All right, yes, come on, keep moving."
Here, we'll just.
What,
Yeah.
what are you all doing in there? Ugh. Hold on. Did you even know what you were getting into?
Just
Kenna
pulling
did stay down there.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Make a
Just
nature
pulling
check,
it
by
in.
the way, Kenna, because you're doing your harvesty bit.
My entire backpack and tool bag was on this side of the river, so I wasn't leaving it.
I also did not hear what you said because you were talking at the same time.
Gwen has Pyrebrand, and she just says,
As much as I'm happy for you, first of all, Owl. And what were you saying?
just pulling an ancient being carved from plant growth out of a knot fell out of the ceiling. That's what we were doing.
Yeah.
Total was
Um,
17.
That's... You could have died.
We can die at any moment in time. That doesn't stop anyone. Plus,
Does-
they were, they were, they were, they were good.
I don't know.
Good
Lars will sort of stop and say, "Why does it matter to these lives of these people to you?"
Is
He's
it
got a
better?
point.
Do you want to see people die left and right? Is that what makes you happy?
I see it quite a lot, but sometimes they deserved it. But for people you've just met that you suddenly care for, that is more strange.
I don't think I want to see anyone I'm traveling with immediately die. Especially if I might depend
I
on
can-
them for my... I don't have to care about someone to have the desire not to see them die some horrible death.
Mm.
I think it's quite...
I can agree with Edelweiss on that.
Maybe I'm out of touch with this all sentimental stuff, but
Probably are, considering your location.
Damn.
but yes, I mean, it's kind of weird from my point of view that you care for people you only just met. I can't trust anyone in my line of work, and I can't trust anyone who I meet either. But yet here I stay. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not 100% trusting of any of you. But still...
Oh my god, are we having this one out again? Yes, we've all got a horse in this race. We're all here for a reason. We don't have to trust each other.
still,
Tell me about it later.
Lars will shrug, call Portia over, and end up going back upstairs. And as he'll get towards the device, he'll say, "Excuse me."
Otherwise, we'll
Ooh.
move.
As he walks past, he'll say, "Thank you," with a little bit of a bow, and then leave to go upstairs.
maybe. Go ahead. Sorry, Dyer.
No, I was going to cut over to Kenna. Finish your thought.
Just, you know, while we may not trust each other, and we really shouldn't at this point, that was a little bit harsh. I see a walk. That's it for me.
Gwen just shrugs and follows.
Okie dokie. Kenna, with your role, you may do one of two things. You can harvest a handful of workable seeds from this plant, or you can attempt to uproot the entire plant, but you think there is a chance, rather, that it might not survive a transplanting. There's a second one is guaranteed. You can absolutely get the seeds and then process them and store them. Or if you want to try to transplant the entire thing, there's a D100 roll to determine if you successfully get it uprooted without causing too much damage to it.
I'll just take the seeds.
Okay.
She knows the value in them.
Okay. In which case, roll me a D12.
Yes, sir. While I do that,
Yes.
I rolled a 10.
Nice.
I'm gonna ask, the rolling made me forget. Oh,
Helena?
can I also go to one of the other aloe plants? So I took the seeds from that one, but I didn't harm it.
Yep.
Can I go to one of the other ones and actually, like, you know, what's the word I'm talking? Like reaping, like taking, like
Harvest?
using, like, yes, harvest. Thank you. For the benefit, would this plant match the aloe plant requirement in that ingredient list?
Good question. It definitely bears a lot of resemblance. You think it will fulfill the requirements, except it might be better.
Okay. It might be a different effect. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will harvest. How many plants are down here before I go just harvesting a whole plant?
That's a good question.
I see one,
yeah, out of-
two.
There are 2 ones that are worthwhile to harvest, and there are a handful of smaller ones that are in the process of growing.
I will only harvest. You know what? Am I able to count my... What did I say? It was 17? Is that what it was? My nature roll to know this info. Harvesting those seeds, but then
Yep.
purposely planting those seeds down here to give them more of a success rate to spread as a plant, and then harvesting the one I deseeded.
I mean, that's how people deal with deforestation and harvesting wood. The logic is sound.
But Kenna would know. What I'm saying is Kenna would know that
Yeah.
to
yeah.
be able to do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, so then I will deseed this one plant up here, and then did you say it was 10 seeds?
You get 14.
Oh, 14.
Yes.
I will plant half of them purposely down here with enough arable land or arable soil in between each one to not nutrient steal from the each. So I will plant seven of them down here.
Okay.
2 of them in this one spot, and then the rest in the other side.
Okay. Doable. Basically, anywhere where there's greenery growing, you think they will thrive.
Okay. And then I will just harvest the one here, so turning it into a hydra.
Yep. Are you planning on harvesting like the entire plant, or enough for your needs? Because it's a big one.
Well, I already deseeded it. So, what did I deseed all of it? I'm assuming it had more than 40. I don't know how this thing works. I'm asking you. Did I take all of its seeds?
You didn't. You took
Okay.
enough without damaging the plant.
Okay, well then I will only harvest for what I need. I won't destroy the whole plant.
Okay. Well, how much?
And with that being said, I have to end there and take a phone call from work.
Perfect. We'll take our first bio break there because it's a nice round timestamp. And we'll come back in, well, I'll say 5 minutes, so 45 past, or as long as Kyle needs.
Hey, what's up, guys? Back to bad bandwidth. It's still not done downloading.
I'm sorry.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That was cool.
I don't like being mean to people.
You did well. It's fine.
What were you talking about?
I mean,
But I was like,
I
shut up.
What do you mean?
Are we doing a bio break?
What?
Yes, we are, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
40. We'll be back at 45 past.
If anything, me and Lars were the worst.
That was like ooh, spicy.
I don't trust you. Well, I don't trust you. Oh, shut up, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Children.
That I didn't even feel that at all.
I'm
That
I
taking
think
was-
what I said had more weight.
Yeah. I'll be right back. I've got to
Yep.
do stuff.
Me and Lars officially the two people who dislike each other the most.
I wouldn't say it's dislike from Lars' point of view. He still just doesn't
Comparatively
understand.
to the compared to the relationships of the rest of the group to each other.
I just think that Lars just doesn't understand why you're there. Basically, why do you care about these people that you've just met? And to him, it's kind of an odd thing to grasp because he hasn't trusted anyone in his 5 years since his
incident.
tragic past. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of a tough thing for him to be like wholly trusting of people and caring straight away.
Edo straight up just like, what do you mean? Are you okay with seeing people die? Because I don't want to see these people die, even if I don't knew them like a few days ago. Like, question mark. So yeah, comparably to the rest of the crew, we currently have the worst relationship. A winner is us.
I think you can also attribute it down to Lars's very skewed moral compass due to his job.
You can also attribute it to you guys are doing the most dangerous thing, and honestly, I'm getting flashbacks to a fake ghost story I learned a long time ago.
Yeah, but that's something we don't know about. So obviously, it's kind of like, why are you freaking out in the corner over there?
Why are you guys messing with a thing that is mysterious and strange and magical in an area where there are a bunch of bones and bones?
You guys, planting bones, not good.
I don't know what Hargy was getting about, and I'm concerned.
That's something for another time. I'm sure.
I will be right back.
No worries. I'm fine to stay. How's it going, stream? It's just me, your boy, Ryan. How's everyone doing? I know I'm not going to be able to see this in chat, but how's everyone doing? I'll be looking for your replies in the stream later on. Yeah. Make sure to spread the word. We're obviously looking to expand our viewership, and you can look forward to bigger and better things in the future. Hopefully. But anyways, I hope everyone has a nice Christmas. I'm pretty sure we'll be saying that closer to the time. I know it sucks round about now, but I hope everyone gets to see their family, enjoy a Merry Christmas, and a nice Happy New Year, and hopefully 2021 brings us a much better year. And someone's back, so I can now stop talking to chat.
No, I heard the last bit of what you were saying, and I agree. Hope everyone's gonna have a good holiday.
No, I've just been talking to Twitch on my own, just making sure everyone's happy, saying, spread the word about us, look forward to better things in the future. Just basically just advertising. I've got to do a job,
Gotta wait till that big out of the fortress reveal.
Oh yeah.
Being stuck in the fortress kind of makes me think we're inside one of those reality shows.
It's
Everybody,
it's the Truman Show, but it's just the Moonrise campaign.
So is me muting my mic through my headset? Is it actually that loud?
Well, mute it and I'll tell you.
No, it's not the mute. It's the unmute. We can hear the unmute because it activates your mic for just a second.
Yeah, you see, that wasn't as loud, but you can hear it, but it wasn't as loud as it has been, because I'm pretty sure I've heard it almost like scream in my ears.
No, honestly, to me, it's not loud. I like it because it actually tells me when you want to speak.
I only do it.
I'll hear it.
I only do it because I've hated how I sound in the recordings. I never knew that this headset, this new mic, picked up my breathing the way it does, and it irritates the living heck out of me. Like, hearing people breathe or bodily noises in person is actually, it angers me. There's a name for it. There's a name for the condition. But I will physically be mad listening to somebody like chew or breathe loudly, or it makes me angry when I hear myself do it, because obviously you don't your brain doesn't realize that you're also the one doing it when you do it. It just hears everybody else's. So when I watch the recordings, I get triggered about myself. So that's why I've just started to mute my mic the entire time.
Yeah, no. When I
Fair
do
enough.
that when I'm not involved, I just mute my mic, and when I do want to talk, I'll just like put it back on again. Also, guys, if you guys are interested, if you listen to the first break, I'm just talking to chat on my own to Twitch. I stayed, I stayed, and I spread the good word.
Good word of what?
Of just thanking everyone for watching, making sure to spread the word about anything good happening in the future, and having a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and hoping 2021 is better than this year.
All good things to hope for.
Yep.
Okay.
I was kind of like, I'm on my own. What should I do? I'll talk to Twitch. Gotta talk to somebody.
Shadow is too.
Before we
Waiting for Owl.
Before we hop right back into it, I just want to know, did I get enough healing aloe, is what I called it. I don't know if there's a real name for it, but for 3 potions as well, like the other ingredients?
Sure. You rolled well enough on your nature check. Good enough for me.
I just want to be able to note take to keep track of it for when I inevitably forget that I've had all these ingredients.
Yep.
And here I'm just going to be muted because I have pumpkin.
Is
Edelweiss.
Yep.
She messaged but
If
not
you-
said.
If you hear too much clink, tell me, because I have a plus up. So
Don't worry, I'll tell you.
Oh, so while you guys were doing stuff, I was downing a brownie and ice cream.
Oh, nice. Sounds delish.
Homemade brownie.
Mmm.
Sugar content off the wall. I'm going to be bouncing off the walls for a couple of minutes.
Just a few.
Staring eagerly at Discord.
We all are.
Y'all ought to be catching up on your notes if you ain't already.
Let's go already.
and I didn't think that we'd have notes as long as last session, because that took up a page and a quarter. But this is already taking up a quarter. Woo.
But I've already got a page. I think I've got 2 pages actually, and I'm not even done. Yeah.
You guys didn't even get into the lore dense stuff yet either. Like, there are sessions where you'll end up writing like 4 or 5 pages.
Dude.
I can't wait.
Bring it.
Well, I'm sure there'll be plenty of questions for Kalina down the line where you guys will get a lot of information.
Y'all and all of your physical note taking.
It's for nerds.
Some of us haven't got the big brain, Hoggy.
Some of our brains haven't evolved to a point that we can remember what we put on a screen.
Anyway.
I don't remember everything.
Anyway.
We're more or less back. Edelweiss is going to deal with internet problems, and we'll be listening for the meantime. Otherwise, we return. Kenna harvesting seeds and healing aloe, air quotes, until you discover what the name of the plant actually is. The rest of the party returning to the surface after what was an interesting delve into this untouched, unknown part of Fort Stenmeyer, this abandoned dwarven fortress. With all this now revealed to you, what's everyone doing? Where are you going?
About what time of day is it?
That's a great question. It is not that time. It's about 10:30.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to set the axe head of Firebrand in the fire and I guess get started prepping for lunch, because what else are we doing today?
That's what I was asking.
How's the weather?
Also, a great question. Nothing like a good old D100 roll to find out.
Wouldn't you like to know
It is snowing heavily. Not exactly a great day for going for a hike, lest you want to get lost. Or die of freezing cold temperatures, one or the other.
Wow. I don't think there's anything I would want to do. Shall we initiate a time skip, or is there anything else?
I mean, obviously, apart from feeding oneself and thinking more about how I can make tools to make more shots, that is the only thing Lars will be thinking of, unless anyone wants to talk to him. Because it's snowing so bad outside, he is not going to do what he was going to originally do. He's going to stay safe.
So, you want to hear me, Dyer?
Go for it.
I'm just trying to keep my mic audible, but far enough away from my mouth.
Yep.
After harvesting the plant and the seeds, Kenna will cross the stream again, passing by our new friend. I'm gonna head back up now. I don't know if you can understand me. I know I don't understand you. But I'll be back down to check on you. And if you would like anything built, I can build it for you. Either way. She's gonna stand in the water away from her. And then also ask, do you want any fire? And I'll produce flame in my hand, but out here over the water.
They'll just put up a hand. Just like a... It seems like a stop or a halt.
She'll just nod and then close her hand and get rid of it.
Okay.
Does she put her hand down?
Yes.
She'll still, like, walking out of the water, give, like, a bow, and then continue on out. And then, with my backpack and my tools, go to Pyre Brand.
Upstairs? In the fire.
How heavy is it snowing when I get to the room and I go to look outside?
Pretty heavy. A normal person would not go outside in this weather. For you, it's a bit more manageable. Yeah, they'd probably be advised. The room that the horses are in is not well insulated at all.
Yeah. When we'll start to bring them on in and get them settled back in the room that she blew up a while ago.
Horses to the horse room.
Out of character, did we leave all of our adventuring gear out of the bag of holding now, this time as a smart group?
I believe that was agreed upon like 2 sessions ago.
I just want to make sure we did. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I thought that was the agreement for the sake of any time Nikolai wanted to futz with it, you wouldn't have to go through all of the taking it out first bit.
Yeah,
it's like
I thought so too. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. I think all your adventuring gear is piled onto the tables and in the corners.
Well, for the whole day, then, if it's snowing bad and the horses get brought in, and we'll feed them tomorrow. Kenna will sit by the fire reading Bones of the Earth for the whole day.
Okay.
Except for mealtime, so I guess take out 2 hours of whatever time we're gonna blow through.
Yep. And I will politely mention this once. because I want to enforce behaviors and things for you guys to remember. But otherwise, things you forget in the future are not my problem. Don't forget, Moldaheim, you found a very intriguing thing down below. Just saying.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
I know.
Making sure.
I have it in my notes.
Okay. Well, in which case, you guys the day will pass on. The snowfall not getting any better, keeping you guys shored up inside for pretty much the whole day. Any deviation you guys want, or are you guys just going to hang out for the day, let the weather sort of just pass by, eat, sleep, drink, etc.?
I mean, I know you've just said it, but Lars will sort of like show the helmet to Nikolai, and we'll do the old appraisal thing if he's up for it.
Yep. Really nothing to use or to do today, so side point identify.
Okay. Nikolai, the helmet is magical. This perhaps doesn't surprise you. Here, I'm just gonna send you the card. Nikolai.
Ooh.
There you are.
And while like he's appraising it, Lars will sort of talk to him about what Lars learnt about history-wise, like with the dragon motif, like everything like about it, and how old it is, like between 900 and 1,000 years old.
Mm-hmm.
All that sort of good stuff. Basically, sort of like giving him like the lowdown of what he thought it was with the good roll that I had.
Yeah.
Well then.
Mm-hmm.
That Mordheim is what is known as the Horde Protector's Helm. It lets you speak, read, and write Draconic. You are immune to the frightened condition. And you can breathe fire.
Shut the front door. No, please don't
Yep.
shut the front door. But are you serious? That is crazy.
Yep. It is, the fire only goes out to about a 15-foot cone. So not far. Maybe better used on, Penna or Gwen. But, yes.
Lars will say, like, sort of like whispering again into your ear again, saying, if you can understand Draconic, maybe we can read what's on the door.
Yes.
Can I hear what
That
they're
is-
saying?
Well, they're trying to speak. Well, he was trying to speak quietly. So Moldaheim, stealth check. Gwen, I don't suspect you're actively eavesdropping on their conversation. So I'll use your passive perception, which is pretty good. So.
Oh, I'll tell you altogether what I rolled for stealth.
Mhm.
So that's 13 plus 7, that's 20.
Okay. Gwen, you can hear them talking, and then you can hear them drop into whispers, but you can't hear what he's saying.
Well, it's your choice who wears it, Mordheim. You found it. I definitely wouldn't mind wearing it. But it can't hurt on anyone.
Lars will sort of nudge your shoulder in a jovial way and say, you seem to be getting all the presents this honeymoon festival. And he'll sort of give you a wry smile and go, you can borrow it for the time being. I would like to, if it is of extreme monetary value, once we've had our use of it, by all means, bring it back. And if I find another use for it, we shall keep it with us for some time, I think.
Yes. Dyer, here's an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
Should someone attune to it, so that they can read, write, speak Draconic, can they then proceed to learn Draconic from their now ability to speak it?
In a sense, yes, but you would still have to more or less spend the same amount of time, because what would happen is that while attuned to the helmet, you can speak, understand, and write the language, but then the moment you unattune to it, you would forget all of that knowledge. So what you would have to do is more or less spend the time writing like a workbook for you to teach yourself when you're unattuned to the helmet. So it's more or less like having a teacher teach you Draconic, except you're your own teacher. So doable, but you have to take like extensive notes, and then, if anything, it would probably take more time to teach yourself Draconic that way.
But it also
Could you?
moves with
Yes.
us, and you don't have to pay it. Yeah. Okay.
And just can I also appraise, like roughly appraise from my ability, like antique-wise?
Yeah, you can make a. I think it's a persuasion check for you.
Do you want me to?
I know it's a charisma check of some kind, but yeah, no, it's advantage. So roll me a d20, add your charisma modifier at advantage.
Ooh, that's not good. Charisma modifier, just 2 secs. Oh, that's a 5.
You have no idea how much it's worth. You do know that it is. You do know that it is valuable. You just have no idea how valuable or to who, because dwarven, any kind of thing, any dwarven craft, is their whole premise behind themselves as a culture is perfection and making the best possible product. So you can look at this and see the intricacy and just absolute attention to detail that it's been put into it. That is already, it's almost like a piece of artwork unto itself. Let alone the materials that it's made out of, the enchantment that's on it. You don't have a number, but you definitely know it's valuable.
Would I say that I know someone who would actually know the value of it more than I would?
I mean, yeah, you have a couple of contacts that you definitely know could probably appraise this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, Lars will just say, "I'll leave it in your safekeeping, anyways. It's not like I would like to breathe fire. It's kind of scary." And you get the feeling like he's kind of like, not afraid to use it, but kind of like, yeah, this is totally out of my league.
Big spooking magic.
Yeah, heckin' spooky magic. Give it to you and go back to wherever he's doing, and he'll pat you on the arm as he walks away.
For the record, incredibly heavy helmet. Like, when you think about dwarven stature, the way that it would rest on their shoulders, or the way it would rest on their head, it'd probably also rest a bit on their shoulders. And so for anyone else that tries to wear this, it's just like a little bit wobbly because there's way more weight than you're used to supporting. So you gotta have some really well built up neck muscles to support the weight of this.
I mean, Nikolai has maybe not the stature, but he is the same height as a dwarf. Maybe it's a little bit more of a better fit.
It is not a better fit than a dwarf. It's a better fit from normal people, perhaps. But given that you're also not wearing any armor, it doesn't really settle as well. But yeah, I mean, you can put it on, but it's like after a while, your neck gets a bit stiff.
Just where you use telekinetics to just lighten the load just that tiny bit.
Yeah, that would work.
Yeah, so well, Thank you. I am going to definitely, if we don't get any use out of the fire, the fire breathing, I will. I think I may be able to use this to teach myself and others Draconic. So that is something I'm now interested in.
Yeah, I guess a weird side note. As we talked about, teaching yourself Draconic would probably take a bit more time. Teaching someone else Draconic while attuned to the helmet would be like teaching someone else Draconic normally. So teaching someone else Draconic would be faster than teaching yourself Draconic. Granted, learning a language takes a while. No matter how super genius you are. Perhaps with Nikolai as the exception, given he's a smart boy. Learning a language takes a good chunk of time. Especially exotic languages such as Draconic. Which, let's be honest, was never really meant for mortal throats to be able to speak.
Yeah.
At least true Draconic. This variation that this helmet's imbued with is the variant meant for mortals. Alright. Are you going to attune to the helmet, Nikolai?
Yes.
Okay.
He will attune to the helmet.
Okay, well, you know what it does. So, over the course of an hour during this whole day, you will attune to the helmet, and your mind will be flooded with a very vast expanse of a new language, to the point that you probably get a little nosebleed. It's very abrupt and sudden as all this new information rushes into your mind. And perhaps more interesting, you feel this little warm spot gathered in the center of your chest, which you think is related to your ability to magically produce fire now. And you aren't afraid of anything anymore. Good luck.
Yay.
Otherwise, the weather is rough. And pretty hostile to anyone that dare venture outside. Any other business to take care of before we hop to the next day?
No, unless we're doing watches again.
Well, I mean, yeah, we will be doing that. If you guys set watches, we'll be doing that again. I guess is a better way to phrase it.
When I would like to spend a little bit of time working on that bear too.
Yeah, that's fine. You got plenty of time to do it.
Do you need a check for that, sir?
Yeah. If you're trying to be delicate about it.
Yes. Taking my time with it though.
Yeah.
I don't remember which dice I rolled last.
I don't know either. Sounds like a personal problem.
What kind of check, sir?
For the carving, it's a dexterity check. Since you don't have a tools for it.
Got a knife. 7.
Yep.
5 plus 2.
Slow going.
Yep.
Again, it's not like you're ruining it. You're just finding yourself stuck in the creative process more and hitting points where you're like, if you do this wrong, you might crack it, and so you stop yourself and you're trying to figure out ways to continue working on it. It's taken a little bit of doing.
Yeah. Well, just for funsies.
Yeah. But it passes the time. Anybody else? Anything poignant?
Nothing poignant. I could just say what I'm doing, but
if it's beyond self-care, food, or hygiene, we can skip over it.
just kind of, I'll just say they've been being quiet specifically. Not that they aren't, they're just trying to lay a little.
Fair enough.
Waiting until dinner.
Okay, I mean, we're going to get there. Like,
Okay.
this is literally, if nothing else is talked about, we're skipping to the next day. So, assume it's dinner time.
What time is it?
Assuming... I don't know when you guys normally take dinner.
7.
Fine. 7.
7.
Gwen's cooking. What's up?
Gwen's cooking.
Sup.
With the quiet day being how it was, everyone just tending to themselves and waiting for the winter to ever break, the weather to hold, and or Krista to finally show up.
Just gotta get back home
it's
first.
Only a 7-hour walk here. Where the heck is she?
Going to the capital, which was days away on horseback.
Oh, good lord.
Nikolai knew this.
Yep.
Oh lord. Kenna would, finish up reading for however many hours she just did, and resting or relaxing, self-care, and would approach Edelweiss while Gwen is cooking.
Do you need something?
Well, I want something. It's been such a quiet, boring day. I was wondering if you would play some music with me.
Sure. Here? Outside? I don't like bothering people. You know how it is. Not everyone wants to hear music sometimes.
Not everyone wants to, but sometimes people just need to. They may never know what they want until it happens. Plus, they're not going to stop us. I'd prefer not to sit outside and have to play music. But I'd like to play with you.
I'd just rather not trouble people. I prefer to ask permission first. And I don't think I should be the one asking for permission at this moment.
No, there wouldn't be any harm in it. Looks over to Gwen cooking. We're playing music while dinner's being made. Deal with it.
By all means.
See?
No
Permission.
complaint here.
Doesn't even look up from the stew pot.
A hand raised while reading a book from Mordheim.
Very well. What do you have in mind? I don't know what you know, and you don't know what I know. I'm decent and adept at picking up things quickly, but I do need something.
Well, I just have my hand drum, so I can play along to whatever you have. It's the easiest instrument to just make up.
Very well.
So, how about this? You play me something that you enjoy playing, and I'll follow along. However simple I may make it.
Very well. I'll see what I can wrestle up.
Kenna goes and gets her hand drum.
No. No promises. I'm not sure if I'm quite in the music mood right now. And they're probably not going to think straight about it. And I'm just going to roll performance and see how that goes.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
I am not connected to this. I open up a character sheet.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, if that drumming was counting as a helping, that's a nat 20.
I mean, I wasn't going to roll. So.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Well then. Kind of song.
Despite Edelweiss's mood set by the choices made by the party, it seems as if music is sometimes a good cure for what ails us. What kind of song do you go for, Edelweiss?
Gee. I think they start playing something at first, just trying to get a feel of what they want. But maybe one of their father's compositions.
Okay.
At least one that can work for a violin.
Do you aim for something somber or for something more upbeat?
Upbeat.
Okay.
That's the mood, right?
Yeah. Well, because a lot of what your father does tends to be heavily tied into an emotion. And in which case, upbeat is one that is probably a bit more common. And it's just, it's a really light, vibrant, upbeat kind of rhythm, which is accompanied well by drum. It's a bit of a toe tapper, although it sounds to everyone in the room, especially given that a lot of you have spent a very long time in Bellwind, it sounds very, very foreign to your ears. It's a mixture of what you'd expect if Elven music and Doreen music had like a cross-cultural, like sudden like music emergence together, which is very lilting, good beats behind the drum, and a lot of energy that wants you to get up and move. It's very engaging and invigorating.
The opposite of the Roll20 track.
Yes. I don't think I have anything...
no, it's just a joke. It's okay.
No, I mean, still. I really should do better in preparing some tracks ahead of time, given we have a musician that's going to occasionally be throwing things in.
Hey, this is all Hargy's idea.
Yeah, but it's...
I can lay down the drum beat that I was going to play.
Go for it.
I don't know if you can hear me hit my desk or not, but...
I'm sure we will.
Just repeated.
Mm.
I don't know if you could hear that or not, but...
I think we are missing some beats, but I can hear some of it.
Yeah, the lower beats weren't picking up very well, but... No, fair. I will,
My drums are in that room.
To do that after the session, then.
Well, dinner is backgrounded by a lovely upbeat tune. All of you that are working on something, it helps you focus, provides a bit more energy, and makes the meal to come taste just a little bit better. Normally, given the circumstances, it would be difficult for you to earn a well-rested bonus in this kind of environment. I am willing to give one tonight, in case you guys get into shenanigans the following day. So, dinner had, we are going to trend towards sleep, which means if anyone has anything else to say before you guys go to sleep, speak now, forever hold your peace.
What's our watch rotation?
That's what I was going to bring up after.
Just thinking, Kenna. Just a small thank you and bow.
Anytime that was. You know, don't ever be afraid to play.
Now,
I miss the music from my home, and it's just nice.
do I, but I want to respect that not everyone wants to hear music all the time. Even I have times where I prefer to be in silence and quietness.
That may be one of the differences between us. I can't stand silence. Quieter it gets, She takes a deep breath. The more uneasy I am.
I see. I'll offer myself up anytime as long as it's not inside. I prefer to ask permission first instead of. Yes.
Instead of just telling them, that is very polite of you. Well, I'm going to prepare for the watches ahead. But I had fun. I'll do it again.
Of course. Most times. Sometimes. I'll see.
You wander back into town, we could make some money, maybe. You could definitely make some.
Yes. I'm aware.
Okay. Watch schedule for this evening. 4 slots.
Last.
Second to last.
The second.
Lars will ask Edelweiss if she wants to look. If not, Lars will take the first spot.
They want to look. They just shrug and they'll mention, well, I had a night rest yesterday, so I suppose I could trade mine and let you have a full night's rest.
Lars would thank you in kind, and he'll also say bravo for the music. It was very good. I really enjoyed it.
And they will nod in acknowledgement.
There you go.
Okay. Well, we're going to do these first because they tend to add a little bit of spice to the watch versus the other way around. D100s from everybody.
Oh, yay.
Ooh.
Oh, all money, no whammies. Ooh!
Nope.
Ooh!
Yep.
Oh, what? Oh,
Nope.
what?
Man, this really likes that damn 10. Okay. 14.
My high rolling D100
Oh, Nikolai.
are in the car, so I will use these ones.
I rolled an 84.
Not bad, not bad.
Nice.
Small number first. Starting off strong, that's a 1. Good, good, good.
I need to cleanse this dice set. They are
Go burn some sage.
We need a seance for these dice.
just
Nothing
ridiculous.
good.
These rolls are just ridiculous.
29.
Would you like a sugar cookie candle?
Yeah, anything, honestly, God. I just rolled like 10 times and I maybe got once that was above like a 50.
Okay, Kenna?
So,
What's that?
I got an 81.
Okay.
81,
Wow.
84.
Damn.
Nikolai's extremely low roll. Very good. And I just got just a low roll. It's 29. It's nothing.
Yeah. The good news is none of you guys on the lower end of the spectrum hit anything dangerous, so that's fine.
Are you sure about Nikolai?
Yes. Sub
It's getting
10
It's getting closer.
Sub 10 is the bad stuff. Just like above 90 is the good stuff.
I'm sorry. 13 is a very unlucky number.
Yeah, in maybe in our world, but not in mine.
It's actually
What's
my
the
lucky
unlucky
number.
number here then? Is it 72?
I don't know.
69.
Don't make me D4 you,
Nice.
Gwen.
I didn't even make the pun!
You didn't have to. You said the numbers.
Jesus Christ.
He also won't save you. Okay. Well. Watch begins. Perception check from Edelweiss.
These are just unnatural.
It is cold as the snow continues to fall. Nowhere near as rough as the blizzard 2 days ago. But still unpleasant. However, Edelweiss, as you are outside doing your shift, you are comforted by the fact that where you played the song with your father not too many nights ago, there is a single bright blue petaled flower growing out between the stonework on the battlements, seeming to survive against otherwise impossible weather.
What kind of flower is that, Dyer?
An incredibly unique flower that does not belong to this plane of existence.
Does it belong to my plane of existence?
It does.
So what kind of flower is it?
Evil. Evil.
You said
No.
pretty blue flower.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, fine.
It is called a Meadow Rivers bloom.
Thank you, Dyer.
Oh.
They are common to the stream that runs by the place where you used to live.
Oh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's really nice. They will some moments admire it, but you know, still try to keep as best watch as they can.
Mm-hmm. It is uneventful. And you guys are lucky encounter rolls are not the other way around. I rolled a 1 and a 2 for the first 2 shifts, by the by. Not that I should have told you that. Nikolai, perception check. As the night progresses, and you switch shifts with Edelweiss.
Yikes.
Well, it is pretty hard to see. It's not unreasonable.
Yeah. And
Between-
also, something that he would be doing is he's going to try and teach himself Draconic, but what he's going to do is he's going to write a journal entry in Draconic,
Mm-hmm.
and then write underneath it what it actually is, so he can translate between.
Right. All right. Yeah. You can start doing that. With the helmet on, when you write it in Draconic, and then write it in Common, you realize that the syntax is completely different between languages. And so it's like for anyone else trying to if they were to try to be like, yes, what does this language mean between these two languages without actually speaking Draconic, it would be almost impossible to decipher. Make an intelligence check for me.
Boom. Yikes.
Well, you make no progress on learning Draconic tonight. You can put a scale somewhere on your character sheet. 0 out of 100.
I would like to note too that Kenna would have woken up sometime around Nikolai's watch,
Okay.
not fully going to sleep.
Okay. All right. Well, it's Nikolai. Your watch is uneventful, although cold, protected luckily by a cloak that prevents the freezing cold from seeping into your bones. You are well for this evening. Not too many things stray too close to the fort, and under the light of the golden moon, nothing untoward happens. Gwen.
Cool. Then hold.
Important question.
Yeah.
I don't have a sleeping bag. Do we have extra sleeping bags? Or have I been
Yes,
sleeping on
yes,
the
we do.
floor? Okay, cool.
That's
cool.
a yeah.
Extra sleeping bag.
Check your inventory list. You guys have a Google. You guys have a shared doc for this.
Yep. Right there at the bottom. We have 5. We have 5 extra.
Alright. So I went and bought one because you guys told me to.
That's really important to keep track of, by the way, because if none of you guys have had bedrolls, comfortably sleeping would have been impossible. So remember that in the future.
Anyway. I guess go up to the battlements, sit down. Perception check.
Yep.
Hopefully. Do you want to redeem yourself? The D100 you just rolled? Okay. 18 plus 3.
That's pretty good.
Wait. Yes, 18 plus 3. So 21.
When
Okay.
Gwen gets up to go up to the battlements, Kenna gets up as well.
Okay.
You heading out?
While grabbing her backpack. Of course.
Be safe. I'll hold down the fort when you get back. Or until you get back.
All right, Kenna. Where are you going tonight?
So as she leaves, she just says, "Take care of yourself first." I'm going back up to the circle.
Okay.
No matter the weather type.
All right. Yeah, it's pretty rough going. But out of everyone in the party, Kenna is the one best equipped for traveling in this sort of weather. Gwen, your watch is uneventful. Other than Kenna, nothing else unusual comes within your 2 hours.
I would like to work on that bear tooth a little bit more while I'm up there. Does Kenna come back for her watch? Or is she just gone for the rest of the night?
Well, let's make your dexterity check for your tooth first. And then I'm going to talk to Kenna.
Oh, hey, that's decent. Dexterity?
Yeah.
18.
Hey, that is decent.
2.
Your earlier struggles are rewarded now by laying some groundwork and allowing you during this extended period of time sitting and focusing only on your surroundings to actually get some work done.
All right. Finally. Thank you, Dice.
Okay, Kenna, you wander off into this snowstorm, heading back towards the circles.
Mm-hmm.
It takes you the better part of an hour to get there due to the weather, but other than that, it is unimpeded.
Okay.
What do you do when you're getting there?
Just make my way up to the circle. I inspect the tree that I burned, see if it all burnt,
It did.
and just regard that. I see how much snow has been falling. Does it look like it is covering up the stones that, or it has covered up the stones that I?
The grove is covered in snow, but the stones have not been. It looks like very pointedly, as the snow is falling on them, they have been resisting snow. The snow has been melting as it lands on the stones. You can visibly observe this when you get close to one. When as soon as snowflakes touch, they melt.
Interesting. Did not expect that. Okay, I got to work, and I look up to see how bright the gold moon is.
Bright.
There's one or two more nights after this.
After this, there are 2 more nights.
All right.
The
Picks up you tomorrow.
The 15th and 16th are also golden moons.
So Kenna gets her tools out, mainly the shovel,
Mm-hmm.
but then would actually go about clearing all of this snow from around every stone as well,
Okay.
not just on top of it.
Okay. And once you're done with that, like it's a moderately sized grove. You're just shoveling it off to the side.
Shoveling it to the side, but in a way where she can compact it into walls.
Okay. Okay.
So kind of like snow barriers around the grove, but still leaving a way to get out.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Again, it's not it's a big grove, but it's not enormous. It'll still take you the better part of probably an hour and a half or so to get there, to properly clear everything and get things mounded up. Once that's all
No
done,
issue.
we're going to stop real quick and go back. Gwyn, as your shift is coming to an end, Kenna has not returned.
She just sighs and it's still snowing, but her shift was uneventful.
Yeah.
No raccoons.
No raccoons.
Okay. Yeah, she's just gonna go back down from the battlements, at least to where it's warm, and like sit herself in a chair, and just she's still gonna sleep, but hopefully it's more of a doze in just like close to the entrance so she can hear if anything comes their way.
Sure. For reference, who last night? I'm pretty sure it was Gwen and Kenna who didn't actually get their full night's sleep because of their little jaunt out into the woods. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so both of you guys are on the second day of no long rest so far. In which case,
I'm trying to get
Yeah.
rest.
yeah, you're trying, but it's a matter of you were also specifying not really sleeping, kind of dozing. I'm taking that into consideration if a check is necessary, that Gwen's actually tired and dosed up currently. So, it's rough going.
But the golden moon.
Golden Moon. Okay.
Wait, I have an important question. I would not get a long rest if I did this, as opposed to just going back to my sleeping bag.
Well, as long as you wrap yourself in a blanket and sit in the chair, you're fine.
Yeah, that's the course of action we're taking.
Yeah, you'll probably forego the bonus I was going to offer because it's not comfortable sleeping, but it's still sleeping.
Just need my spells back.
You and everyone else. Okay. Kenna, back in the circle. You have mounded the snow. The grove is clear. What's your goal for tonight?
Is then going to, after removing all the snow, is going to turn and then pay attention or turn her sights on removing. Yes, I'm aware she is trying to fight a blizzard or snowfall while it's snowing.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, having lived in Michigan, I know that you can still shovel snow while it snows faster than it snows. So
Yeah, it's not quite blizzarding, so it's definitely doable.
it is going to. She's going to continue shoveling out now that she's cleared all the stones. Is going to turn her sights onto the center of the grove, right where the ash would be. I know that's snow covered, and start removing about a small campsize worth of snow out.
Okay. What is again? This is fairly simple. Kenna's well situated to this. So what is your goal here? What's your intent?
Goal is to make enough room that a small camp could be made.
Okay.
Then to make a fire and then meditate within this circle with a bonfire going.
All right. This is more of a matter of time. Which, again, not extensive. You've already shoveled out quite a lot of the rest of the grove, so this small section you're working on for yourself is doable, and you can get this all done in about 30, 40 minutes or so.
Kenna's whole intention is to stay out here until the sun goes down, or until the moon goes down.
Okay.
And then as the moon is setting, she would then head back to camp.
All right.
Or back to the fortress.
Yeah. Just so so you're on the same page as everyone else. The moon will be gone by about 7 a.m. Just so we're clear. Everyone else is usually up a bit before then, based off of the 9 o'clock bedtime you guys have set for yourselves.
Mhm.
Okay. In which case, back at Fort Stenmeyer, Gwen is dozing off in a chair covered by a blanket, and everyone else is sleeping soundly. Don't mind me while I ominously roll some dice.
The raccoon is back.
This time he takes Gwen.
You wish.
Explain yourself.
Yeah, no, you know what? Man, those dice were super ominous. Now that my response is, you guys sleep soundly for the rest of the night. Noticing nothing.
Yeah, that's ominous.
That's
Oh, yeah.
ominous as fuck.
6 a.m. rolls around. And you guys begin coming to. It's gonna.
How's
Can
the
I-
weather?
It's a great question.
I want to do a quick check of the camp when I wake up.
The weather still sucks. It's getting a little bit worse.
Oh,
I rolled lower this time.
damn it. I want to do a quick check of the camp. Make sure everyone's still where we left them. No more sleeping bags have been nabbed.
Gwen, investigation check.
No more sleeping bags have been nabbed.
14 plus 1. 15, not 16.
Okay.
15.
Gwen, you wake up, achieving your long rest. Everyone has achieved their long rest except Kenna, due to Kenna being weird. And that's perfectly fine. Gwen, you wake up, aware that you don't see the giantess amongst you as you come to that she did not return. So you do your due diligence and kind of take stock of the camp. That is when you realize, and you catch wind of it pretty quickly, near the entryway to where Maldahine and Porsche are, there is a bit of snow that has been dragged in, and you can see inhuman footprints that have entered the vicinity.
Did they ever leave?
Yes. Along with what looks like all of the equipment that was unpacked from the bag.
Just one little set of footprints?
No. Much larger.
Holy moly!
It looked like, upon closer inspection, a handful.
Can I...
Oh no.
So what's all the equipment that we didn't have packed in the bag?
Can I identify them? I start waking everybody up. Can I identify the footprints?
The 15 is good enough, I'll just tell you, because man, did you guys see a good handful of them outside the fort the other day. They look like they belonged to the creatures that assaulted the fortress not too long ago.
What?
The gnolls?
You're kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't jingle the bell?
You didn't set
seem it.
one.
The bell's always been set up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Don't worry, I took the bell into consideration,
I didn't.
but with the with perhaps Knowles being a bit more clever than people would give them credit for, and with the somewhat loud, almost blizzard-like weather, even if they would have set it off, who knows if anyone would have heard it. Given your passive perceptions,
See?
did not notice.
This man is trying to force us to go back to town, you guys.
I'm not trying to force you to do anything. I am rolling random encounters and seeing what happens. And this was the Knolls that you guys. This was creatures that again I'm not gonna plant any assumptions in your head. Creatures that look like they walk on padded feet close to an animal came into your camp while you were sleeping last night and looted all of your crap you've left sitting out.
Which is all of that, like everything? I forgot what's
Which is
specifically there.
everything.
Everything in the bag except the orb.
Because the orb's on
Which, it's also worth mentioning, not only the stuff that was left on the tables, but if any of your belongings that was in a pack that was not attached to you, also missing.
My gun case and my gun is like behind me, like I'm laying on it.
I figured as
like
much.
Headwise.
Yeah, no, I'm not taking your gun. I figured as much. Your backpack, on the other hand.
Again, hidden.
Where?
Like underneath.
Also sleeping on your backpack?
Yeah.
Convenient, alright.
I wake everybody up. Kenna is missing. All of our shit is gone. How we feeling about that, crew?
What happened?
Here's my thing, Dyer. I'm not sure if I have my spell focus on me.
Why would it not be on you?
Because I would put it in a bag next to me. Would it be on me? I guess it would be on me. But my other weapons are gone. I'd say
Anything that was put into a bag that was left sitting out is missing. That is the best way for me to phrase what has been taken from you.
I
Okay.
think after losing her sleeping bag to the damn raccoon, Gwen would try to keep her kit closer to her. So at least either tucked up under the chair that she'd be sleeping in, if not leaned against it as a pillow.
For the record, that is the only backpedaling addendum I'm going to allow from here on out. From now on, if something like what happened to Gwen the other night that had her bedroll stolen, if I'm not informed prior to another incident taking stuff from you, it did not happen. Keep that in mind.
Good to know.
'Cause there was suddenly a lot of, yes, but all of this stuff is perfectly safe when something happened to your stuff. Remember that in the future.
So Kenna's
Okay,
gone, and so is all of our equipment.
We've got to go hunt for this immediately. We can't let them get too far.
How old
then.
How old do those tracks look?
Survival check.
Can I assist?
Sure. Survival check at
They
advantage.
they
Better.
never made it up toward me, did they?
Not that you noticed.
15.
I would have asked for a roll if there was an opportunity. 15.
Okay.
The snow that has been dragged inside onto the stone tiles has begun to melt. And by melt, I mean most of it's kind of like slush at this point. Because the room is warmer because you guys have a fire going. It's mostly slush.
Lars will grab most of his equipment and his rifle and run out and see if he can try and find any tracks, like from the snow leading in.
Yeah, like I said, between you and Gwen, because you assisted Gwen, following the tracks backwards outside, you can. It takes a little bit of searching, but you find only signs of something having entered the area. Following their tracks is incredibly difficult. It looks like they did a great job at covering their tracks. By the way, Lars, your string and bell is missing.
Okay. Okay, I'll delete that. Oh, it's deleted. Lars will sort of walk over, see this, and Lars will point to like one of the footprints, and sort of like give a hand signal to Porsche to sniff and track.
Like I said, there are no direct footprints for you to follow. The problem is, because of the heavy snowfall, there are pretty much no tracks to follow. The 15 survival check doesn't support finding any direct trails. You can see signs that something entered through this area that is enclosed. Through this area here.
Yeah.
You can kind of see a bit of a trail that comes in. But they were so light on their feet and very capable, you don't see, like, obvious footprints. And once they get outside, the trail's gone. Because the weather has only gotten worse.
So
Nikolai
what?
Nikolai would like to cast Locate Object for his calligrapher's supplies that are in his back.
Okay. You do not
Smoking
detect
or-
them.
Then the two.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gwen?
Poking around camp, is there anywhere a flagstone, piece of scrap of cloth, anything like any scent left behind anywhere in the room?
You can make a perception check.
At advantage?
Sure. If you're sniffing.
I'm a sniffing.
I will give you the sniff clues.
That's a natural 20. Perception?
Yeah, what's the total?
23.
Ooh.
That's money.
Get on that one.
You just meet the DC.
Was it 23?
Yeah. That was their stealth check.
Gwen.
Yeah, I rolled very well in the stealth check.
So you did.
Taking a moment, and even with your senses being a bit frayed as they are, you manage to sort of focus in. The struggle is that anywhere outside, you get nothing. It's only at the entryway to the room, in the slush, the melted snow, that you get any hint of something. The difference is, the initial assumption you made about it being Knoll related, you now realize is wrong. It is not Knolls that did this. Upon further inspection, the shapes are canine. Yes. They walk on 2 feet. Yes. But then you get another scent, Gwen, and it raises your hackles. You realize these are kin that robbed you.
Is this in keeping with... Dire?
Yeah.
Is this in keeping with, behavior that I've learned? Like, is this to send a message? Would I recognize what this means?
That's hard to say. Lycans, in the traditional sense, especially if they're werewolves, they care less about the items and more about the killing. It's actually more weird that they didn't ambush you while you were sleeping, when they clearly filled the room, was able to secure all of your goods and then walk away without making a sound. But that in itself does very much leave a very obvious statement, along with the understanding that they can clearly stride through the storm and care not. So it's definitely they definitely left a statement behind, which is they knew what they were doing and they knew they could get away with it, and there was nothing you could do about it.
I'm going to...
For the record,
sorry?
Uncommon for werewolves. It is more common for were-rats. But that is not... Yes, but that is not what the prints tell you they are. The prints are canine.
I'm going to call Mordheim back inside. I'm going to call everyone sort of in for a come to Jesus meeting. And are the horses still there? Can I go to check?
That's a great question, isn't it? The horses are fine.
Okay.
I was gonna say only in defense of the party. It's really hard to
To sneak 3 horses? Yeah, I know.
3 or 4 horses out past a doorway where someone is sleeping.
Yeah. Granted, that door to the horse's room was closed where it wasn't before.
If I go in and check on them,
They're fine.
okay.
The horses are as healthy as they can be given their food situation, but yeah, they're not hurt or maimed in any way.
Is their tack still there?
Nope.
Motherfucker. I just call them all in and I just say,
Downstairs.
Hey, you're not there. Shh. You're gonna be there in about an hour.
Yeah, kinda.
so I've got a little bit of experience tracking. I can tell you that this isn't the work of the creatures that we had dealt with previously. This is Well, what looks to be a pack of lichens of the canine variety.
We should hunt and kill them, right?
Say again?
Then we should hunt them down and kill them and get our stuff back.
Hmm.
Is that not the plan?
It could be.
It's even worse.
Could even fucking find them out in this blizzard. They came in. If they wanted to kill us, they would have killed us. They did this to prove a point.
I think the first thing that should be considered is we wait for Kenna, or we try and find Kenna.
And where is she?
I'm not waiting for Kenna. Do
You
you have a
should.
direction of where they went?
No. Sit down and listen to me for a second. Fuck.
I'm focusing on a spell that may be able to help us find them. But they need to be within range.
I don't have a direction. Kenna is our only chance at finding them. Until she comes back, we won't know. But there's something I need to tell you all. Something that I had hoped to hang on to for a little bit longer. But if we're going after them, if we're going after this, then I'm not going to be able to hold on to it. She just sort of just puts her face in her hands for a second. I've got to go back a ways to make it make sense, so just bear with me. When I was a young woman, I lived much farther west than here. I'm not from here, from Belwind, or any of your duchies. To be fair, we're from a much more wild place where this sort of thing happens, but I'm from a village called Felkirth. And when I was a young woman, it was set upon by a pack of werewolves, lichens. Killed, maimed. Listen, I wish I could tell you that I'm still standing here because I fought, or I ran, or I hid, or
So
I did
you're a
any-
monster too?
They killed or turned. Everyone there. Everyone I love. Everyone I'd ever known. And I've been
You're
living
not
with
gonna
this-
do the same then.
I've been living with this for 18 years. I've been this way about as long as I've been any other. And I had hoped to tell you in kinder circumstances. But if we're walking into this, they're here for me. I have a couple ideas as to why. But that,
That's your fault too.
maybe so. That needed to be said.
Do you intend to hurt us at all in the future?
No.
And how do we know that? It doesn't matter if you have no intentions. You don't have control over yourself.
Insight.
Insight check.
Okay.
Can I do insight considering I'm
Because
doing
the-
that too?
God Blade.
God.
Just telling you true.
It hurts. This story is obviously very personal. And yeah, anyone who's interested can make an insight check. This is insight checks I tend not to limit unless it's against an NPC. But for inner party stuff, you guys can roll insight checks for your characters to get informed.
She's telling you true.
It seems very genuine. It seems incredibly difficult for her to talk about. And even on her face, it is written plainly that it is very painful and personal.
I mean, just to drive it home, I rolled a 19 plus 1.
She's telling you true.
Yeah, like I said, true. her actions have shown you that she doesn't appear to be what you'd expect the typical story of a Lycan to be is. But then again, there are also some signs and impulsiveness that now sort of make a bit more sense. Knowing now what you do. It sort of explains what looks like someone being clumsy when they're really fighting a duality that is incredibly difficult to control. That's for Lars.
Lars will walk in front of Gwen, and just say to the group, like, look, I know this is crazy, and I know a lot of weird stuff's happened, but I feel in my heart that Kenna,
Coming from the
although-
person who just... You said we couldn't even trust anyone, and you're trusting her?
we
Is
had
this
a
for real?
we had a conversation about family, something that I hold very dear to myself.
And we barely know her.
I put a hand on
I know people who kill her.
Lars's shoulder.
And honestly, the world would probably be better without people curses like her.
Turn to
And
Idolize. I say,
now,
if I were gonna kill you, I would have left you strung along the path of the Stenmars of morning.
how do I know you won't do it now? As soon as you lose control, which I've heard is a...
If you know that you're with people that you cannot trust, then why stay out of ice?
I do have a mission.
And what's that?
Nikolai. I've been tasked to help Nikolai. And
Insight
I
check.
cannot share anything more.
Insight check.
Insight check again.
I don't believe that as far as I can fucking throw them.
The truth's coming out tonight, boys and girls.
I guess that's a deception check, huh?
Yes, it is.
Insight?
Yeah.
Oh, just
Insight
funny,
check. Insight check from Gwen. Deception check
Well
from
then.
Edelweiss.
Okay. What's your
18.
Okay, well, feature time.
Spoilers.
Disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
I'm gonna wait. Fuck.
What? What am I doing?
I should have said I was gonna read. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you this, Dyer, because I have my page. I have a separate page for my sheet. I was gonna say I used my last inspiration point to get advantage, but I had just clicked it, and I'm not gonna.
You can't. We've said before we can put an inspiration point after we've rolled, can't we?
Well, so the point doesn't give you advantage. It allows you to roll an additional d20. AK, if you had advantage, you could roll 3.
Okay, so I guess I roll another disadvantage. Is that what it'd be?
Let me double check your feat.
I'm gonna.
Why
put
is
my
this
feature
notepad
up.
empty? Yeah, please do, because for some odd reason my notepad for you is empty. I have to go onto the drive. So yes,
Okay, well, you're
produce.
just gonna have to wait because my feature is not attached to the feature in the thing. So
Well, then
I'll
I will
read
go
it first as I'm
pull
doing
it
it. When you lie or mislead a creature, by failure deception check, if that check was not made at disadvantage, you can attempt to do so at disadvantage and must take the new result.
Okay. Yeah. Well, so you
I
would
don't
have.
know if
You would have rolled. You would have gotten a 13. Gwen's insight would have beat that. You could then
disadvantage.
decide to spend inspiration to roll an additional d20 and see what the check is, or see what the result is. And then if unhappy with that because it still fails, then you can use your feature to roll at disadvantage and hope to beat it. You got a lot of layers to your ability to lie.
I sure do. I thought I posted that. Oh, I do. Let's just do it, huh? Okay.
Ian.
Gotta refresh this. First of all, I want to post that. Second of all, disadvantage.
Wow.
Not today.
We worked through that all right, but wow.
At what cost?
Uh,
Not today.
not a whole heck of a lot, to be honest with you. Which this is insight checks are one of those things that they get a little dicey sometimes. Gwen, Edelweiss's statement seems true. Their mission here is to help Nikolai. There seems to be no falsehood in that statement or hidden meaning in that statement that you can detect. Do you have to believe it's true? No. But as far as you can tell, there's nothing about the body language, the timbre of Edelweiss's voice that tells you otherwise.
Yeah, you could be telling the truth. But it wouldn't be the first time someone with a sweet face tried to work one over on us, so,
You can be telling the truth as well.
Hmm?
You can be telling the truth as well. Same goes for you.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me then. If I were so scared, why would I lay it out all of
I do not know your reasons, but I do know you're a monster. And personally, I prefer not to be a victim. I want to get my stuff back, and so do you. So does everyone here. So I'll cooperate. Of course.
Good. Then we wait for Kenna to get back, and when she does... My senses are a bit
Sure,
sharper
she'd
than
love
they
to hear
were.
this as well.
She knows.
Hand of God.
Kidding me.
Absolutely not. The other day, the mess up on the trees, all the meat that we have, there was another lichen in the woods. I told you there was something in the wild that I was concerned about.
You didn't tell us what it was.
No, I didn't, because I didn't want you running out after it to try to kill it like a fool. I know what they are. I know what I am. I know how to deal with them.
I sure wish I didn't, too.
I'm sure you do. When Kenna found the carcasses of the animals that the other lichen left as a warning to myself, she went chasing after it. And I had to follow, because I didn't want her getting herself killed. And that's when she found out. So now you all know. Do with it what you will. She looks at Nikolai and says, but I am still indentured to you, and I am on contract according to your sister. So you can expect me to follow through on that. Unless you would otherwise see me go.
No.
So is it? Go on.
It's just that I know there's still something within you, some good. Man, what the position? Very much just at a loss for words. Just know. For right now, this stays between the group, and could you ever return? For right now, I probably won't hesitate to harm you. At least turn on us.
Fair enough. So far as control is concerned, we can talk more about it as it becomes relevant. But I myself am completely in control, currently. If it's any consolation to the lot of you, and her gaze lingers on Edelweiss when she says that. There are certain alchemical concoctions that I can take to limit my ability to transform, and I am currently under the effects of one. If I need to, I can still make myself, but at that point, I would prefer to be clear by several meters. But I'll let you know. She sort of chews on her lip a second and says, "Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll make sure our friend downstairs wasn't likewise disturbed by these visitors." And she gives a nod to Lars as she walks by, but she still sort of ducks her head, which is, even after she blew herself up, wasn't something that she did. She's always sort of walked with a very straight and upright posture, but as she's leaving now, she's a little less poised, a little less composed. And I go downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Lars will take a very deep breath.
I have a mission to do, so if that's your choice to stay with her, then I'll accept it. I won't sabotage or anything, if that's what you're expecting of me.
Well, I'm gonna go down with Gwen. Well, cautiously. See if you can find a scrap or something of where they went. The spell's over by now, but might as well need to try and find something. Otherwise, when we finish with finding our stuff, or in a moment call, let's talk about your mission. Right now we can talk about it without my sister, because as far as I'm aware, I don't know why you're here besides to help me.
And I don't know what you're doing either. They've been intentionally vague. Probably because, well, look at Edgar. The less I know, the better.
Right.
Lars will say, I'll go and try and notify Kenna about what's happened. It's to the best of my ability. He'll tap his rifle and then start walking outside.
Okay.
The snowstorm has, over the course of the last several hours, escalated into a blizzard. Real quick, before Lars decides to trudge out there, Gwen, you descend down the stone flights of stairs, descending several stories into the warm, humid earth. Down below, you find the doorway into the cavern wide open, as the party last left it. There is a sweet floral scent in the air. And as you gaze off into the distance, you can see many of the small bushes and plants that had grown along the various crevices and rocks have begun to bloom. And you see several like baby pink and bright red multi-petaled flowers. They're layered. And they seem to be giving off this very sweet aroma. When you walk in though, just at the entryway, the threshold, it hits your senses in a way that makes your head swim and you immediately take a step back. Make a nature check for me.
Okie I have bonuses to this one. 11.
11.
11.
You don't know what they are, but you've had this effect hit you before, it seems like the aroma in the air is a powerful sleeping agent. You think if you were to wander in and take a lungful of this stuff, there's a chance it could knock you out.
Oh, I don't have... It's dark down here, right?
Yes, it is dark.
Do I know any of the fumes, like, such as this, to be inherently flammable? Which is something I have to ask now.
No, that's... You don't know of any... No, that's... Well, it's a lie. You probably know of a handful of plants that perhaps give off substances that are flammable. You don't know of any that release gases or anything that explode. No.
Okay. I will light a torch.
Okay.
And just see what I can see. Is it at the threshold of the room, or is it at the threshold?
Yeah, it's the scent is wafting in through the door.
Okay.
And you're keen enough to realize it's wafting in through the door in such a way it would act as a great barrier to prevent people from entering that perhaps someone didn't want to enter.
And it's not something that I could like filter out with like a scarf or a cloth barrier.
You're welcome to try.
I don't need a nap right now. I'm just gonna call in Dwarven into the darkness. Kalina, are you safe?
There is a moment, and then you hear rustling of leaves, the shifting of branches, and you see just on the edge of your torchlight, a figure get lowered down from the vines on the ceiling, and you can see the small frame of the dryad that you saved the previous day.
I am well. There were visitors.
I'm aware. Did they take anything from here?
No, I prevented them from entering.
They've gone now. But they've taken most of our supplies. I believe when the tallest gets back, we'll be leaving for a short while to try to recover them.
Be careful. They are dangerous.
I'm well aware. When we've returned, I'll let you know. Please be careful.
You as well. Be safe.
And I raise an arm and wave. And then turn to like start back up the stairs and get about halfway there. Has Nikolai caught up to me at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you basically catch Nikolai like three quarters of the way down.
Yeah. He would probably like round a corner just as like Gwen just sort of like leans up against the wall and just is having just a quick moment to herself, and then she realizes that he's there, just sort of straightens back up. It would appear that they paid our verdant friend a visit. She seems to have plenty in her arsenal to protect herself. Currently, there's a very strong. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Don't go in there; it's a mess.
Right. Yes.
I had no intentions to mislead you.
Well, you didn't exactly mislead. Can't exactly mislead someone if you don't give them any information about it, so, you know.
A lie of omission is still a lie, as my mother would say.
Yeah.
So,
It's just when we were traveling. He thinks for a moment. Yeah, when we made camp out in the woods, there's something I felt in you, something like, I guess you could say a struggle. I guess we found out what it was. But I did feel good. There is still good in you. Whether it's battling that or another part of you. I just want to make sure. Do you have any intention of letting that good lose? Or are you trying
sort
your
of-
best to keep it?
It's a hard question to answer. No, I don't. But not everything I've done for good reasons. Dyer, where's the town of Alnwick?
Oof.
Is it in Elwind?
It's not in the same area. It is nearby though. Like they're not neighboring is probably the better way to put it.
Oh, is Alnwick a duchy, not a town?
Correct.
Okay. You heard any news out of Alnwick in the last few years?
They're neighbors, so a lot. What do you mean? Anything specific, I'm assuming?
Alnwick was supposed to be the name of the town, so I don't remember what the name. Like, I don't know what the name of the town would be.
Oops. Doing it live.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. There's a town, Jader. That ring
Good
any
old-
bells to you?
Good old DM, does it?
It's a town known for its hunters. As a matter of fact, the whole duchy is actually well known for its leather trade. And the hunters in it are exceptionally good at finding, tracking, and killing dangerous game. And then turning that into hides and leather to be sold. Some of the best leather in Belwind comes from there.
A hunting town
Yeah.
in a leatherwork. Gee, why?
Been about 4 years ago. I was through there with a group of folks not quite unlike this one. And they caught wind of what I was, and so they were going to put the lot of us on the gallows. It was supposed to just be me. Then they read out the sentence and it fell on it, and I couldn't. Nikolai, there's been plenty of times in my life where I was ready to just give up, but I couldn't let them hurt them. And so what I gave up instead was everything, including them. I haven't seen those people in years, and they were my family.
What's their name?
Better left unsaid. When I'm trying to say control isn't a problem, I can hold on to it. Been doing it for years. But I can give it up too. When I give it up, there tend to be a couple more trade-offs. Power, agility, strength. Makes me one hell of a bruiser, but You just don't want to be too close if you're friendly. So to answer your question, I don't intend on it. No, but we never do we?
No. Well, for what little reassurance that is, it is something.
Rotten people. We do. Rotten people. We do rotten things for the people we love.
Oh, I know that feeling, and that action too well.
You know, she told me you would probably be the one care least. I don't know if that's true, but it's nice to see that you didn't immediately reach for a pitchfork. So thank you.
Yeah. There are too many actions done in this world that can seem bad or good at first. But there's wisdom in knowing that every action could be done with ulterior meanings. You can be a bad person but mean good, and you can be a good person but mean bad at the same time. And there are things that people can do with the best of intentions that cause the worst outcomes. It's not exactly beneficial to people to instantly assume that one is bad. Especially when I have, I guess you could say, a hunch that you are not entirely bad, so it would be a disservice to whatever is left of that good in you.
Well, that's the most I have said about myself in quite some time, and I don't feel like standing, if I'm being completely honest. So, and we've got probably an hour before Kenna gets back from wherever she's run off to.
Do you know where she's run off to?
Yeah. There's a grove of maple trees to the north of here. Druid Circle, I think. Nice place. I think she's gone up there to have a bit of time to herself, a bit of peace of mind. But
Okay.
I think I'll just take a watch on the battlements.
He just nods, and he'll start walking back.
And Gwen takes the route up to the battlements that does not encounter anybody else, and just sort of sits there for a minute and practices breathing exercises.
Easy to do from your position. There are many ways up into the battlements, but if you just head south, you avoid everybody. That being said, we're going to take our last bio break of the game right here. Come back at 35 past, and then we'll pick back up with Kenna back at the Druid Circle. 5 minutes, everybody.
Hey guys. Yep. It's all me.
I'm so happy I left. That turned out so good. All right, gotta go. Be back.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just couldn't take any of your shit. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't want to interrupt you for sure. It felt bad, but like, I hope you understand that in character.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
You're the homophobic one. Okay, we got it.
Oof! Oof!
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
You just gotta remember, Kenna has to come back, and she doesn't know that y'all know.
Yeah. I mean, we know that you. I think that knowledge is gonna come out really quick. honestly, since you already like, oh yeah, Ken knows, and it's like, it's fucking okay. So you don't want to do anything. And
When
you
I
don't
get
want to do
back,
anything.
I can't wait for someone to approach me. I'll just say that. Trust me, I've prepared dialogue.
What if it's Gwen? Should it be Gwen
yeah.
first? This is an important question because I am hiding out on the battlements just for Kenna to come back to be like,
Yeah.
Mom, they
Just-
know.
About that.
Babe.
About that. Lars is on the battlements, and he was gonna fire off his rifle to try and sort of like bring attention that something's going on.
Give Gwen bleeding ears. Right.
I mean, if it's not snowing, because if it looks like it's snowing outside, then don't even try it. I don't
Yeah, but
think you try it.
Lars is gonna try anyway, because losing our stuff is kind of important.
Yeah, no, that's my violin in there. That's my violin that was in a pack because I gotta keep
No.
it nice and safe.
So
Yeah.
much crap.
I hate everything that's going on. Dad be like, hey, make some friends. It was.
I hate them. I hate them. They suck. One's a fucking.
They don't
furry.
understand me, Dad.
I did not expect having to play this way, but I guess I'm playing this way.
Jesus Christ! I expected you to be one of the most tolerant, but this whole time you were the one that I couldn't fucking put a finger
Yup.
on. So I missed.
Every time you bring it up, I'm like,
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
That insight roll from Mordahine, that was important because that dictated what Lars would have done in that sort of situation.
But
That's so
otherwise
angry.
he's done with. I don't trust anyone. Actually, I'm gonna trust the damn werewolf. Excuse me?
I'm so
Excuse me?
angry that Nikolai didn't get higher insight. 2 10s. I rolled a 4. Twice with a plus
Hey,
6.
you like my oh, it's all gonna come out now. Nah. Deception. 20.
God, just pulling out all the stops. Like, no, no.
So yeah, turns out I'm a really good liar.
Honestly,
The
I don't
spy.
The spy.
I'm pretty
The
sure.
spy.
I'm pretty sure this is one of the consequences from using this character before is why he wanted to give me that. I feel like this is a reference to before, which I would try to lie sometimes. I don't have a liar anymore, but still a great liar.
Kyle, I want you to know that I messaged Dyer ahead of time. I was like, do you think it would be a good time to do this? I really want to stunt on Kyle because I know he's planning on interactions and
I'm
stuff.
sorry. Give me a sec. I need to be right back.
And then I wasn't gonna do it, and now here we are.
No, that was great. I was smiling the whole time. I busted out laughing about that shit all getting stolen to my roommate.
Getting stalked by a bunch of fucking werewolves. You think it has anything to do with that goddamn?
Oh, I'm
panther?
pumped. I'm pumped for everything happening now. I'm so pumped for everything. The were creatures, the shit getting stolen, Kenna being gone and getting blamed for it when she comes back. Then Kenna being confronted about knowing that you're a lichen when coming back. Oh, give me all of it. I'm so happy, so pleased. I was just
So-
making mine peaceful jaunt, nothing important, but I'm so good.
So happy to help.
I'm back. What'd you say? Pardon?
He's ready for the spiciness when he gets back.
Ryan, can I just say that Lars's reaction was honestly the one that I expected. You were the one I expected to be the most against it, and yet here you are. And it really put a smile on my face.
Yeah, just thank the insight roll, otherwise.
She wasn't lying. She wasn't lying
Did
about
it
any of it.
inverse? Did it inverse in what you think it was gonna be?
Basically, yeah. I didn't know about Nikolai, but I was pretty sure that Mordahine was going to be against, and I was pretty sure that, and I didn't know about Odd, or about Edelweiss. So when Nikolai was like, okay, and Mordahine was like, I'm vouching for you, I was just like, holy hell. And then Edelweiss cut me off, and I was like, no, that's the last I expected coming from you, ma'am.
I've been
Bam.
You.
I've been thinking about that for so long, ever since session 2 when I got that information. I'm like,
Hello, Dyer.
Hello.
I just like to say that while I was on the battlements and that was going off, Lars would have gone up onto the battlements and fired his rifle to try and catch the ear of Kenna. I know it's a long shot with the blizzard, but it's like Lars is like, we need to get things rolling really quick.
Yeah.
We haven't got long.
Well, your gun is a good thing to do it because it is loud. But speaking of getting things rolling, Kenna, you have been in the Druid Circle with your makeshift camp arranged, surprisingly comfortable out here despite the storm that is brewing heavily all around you, picking up to pretty inhospitable blizzard levels by the later part of the morning.
Mm-hmm. Let me make note real quick. Gwen, mine and yours, dark vision are gone.
Good to know.
Sorry.
No, it's important.
Yeah, when the moon starts to set, kind of grabs her tools, grabs her pack, packs all of her belongings back up into it, and then heads back down.
Okay.
Back to the fortress.
You had a comfortable meditative night with your bonfire in the middle of this grove. It feels very at home for you. There is an energy there that is shared amongst numerous ritual sites like that can be found all across the Titan's Horn range, and it is one that is familiar and safe. After the better part of the night, you pack up and begin trekking your way back through what is now this blizzard towards the fort. It slows your pace a bit, but about a half hour in, make a perception check.
Do I need to make a Constitution save by any chance?
Oh yeah, you haven't slept. Yes, you do.
Which one am I rolling first? I'm rolling the d20. So.
Roll the Constitution save first.
$15 total.
Okay, you succeed. Your hardy nature continues to endure what is otherwise sometimes a difficult time.
St. Kenna's first rodeo.
She's got some experience. And now that perception check.
Perception.
Yeah.
I have a +3.
Yep.
16.
Okay. It is muffled, but on your trek back, you hear off in the distance what sounds like a crack of thunder. Which seems a little out of the ordinary.
Looks side to side real fast, then looks up. No. Nope.
Nope, nothing to support that.
She doesn't know that it's to get her attention. Her first thought is, of course, someone just had to show up when I wasn't supposed to be there. Just grabs Pyre with both hands and starts jogging.
Okay.
Assuming that somebody has now attacked the fortress. So Kenna's coming in hot.
Mm-hmm.
Lars
I wouldn't say jogging. I would say sprinting.
Okay. Yep.
Without long strider, but she's sprinting.
Yep.
Lars is waiting to greet her basically at the front. Well, not waiting. He's like waiting for her to arrive.
Gwen likewise is up on the battlements.
It is freezing. Surprisingly enough, it was more comfortable last night than it is this morning. Kenna arrives in a reduced bit of time, 15 minutes later. The large form of the giantess emerges from the tree line off in the distance, which is a bit more difficult to see due to, again, the snow cover. But it is the sound of Kenna's approach that is more obvious to both of you.
When I hear it, I'm gonna dismount from the battlements and I'm gonna start making my way in that direction.
Okay. Does that mean you're throwing yourself over the wall to the ground? That's the only way I can take dismount from battlements.
Yes, sir. Except
Okay.
I use the term dismount, so I do it gracefully.
Let's see if your acrobatics check allows that. Because you have to be a show-off about throwing yourself off a wall.
I mean, I was just gonna try to get down gentle, but I just wanted to use the proper terminology. I'm sorry. Acrobatics?
12.
8.
Well, it's definitely no slide across the hood of a car smooth. You lift yourself over. You even do the little diligence of you lower yourself a little to lessen the fall, and then let go. Except you don't see the rock that's hidden underneath the fresh powder. And you land with 1 foot on it and 1 foot going lower. So you mildly twist your ankle and it kind of hurts. It doesn't actually hurt you, but you're going to have a throb in your ankle for the rest of the day.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. She just picks up and like she's moving towards us.
No one saw it. It's fine.
Yeah.
No one
Moonrise
saw
over
it.
there. No one saw it. It's fine. I'm not crying.
Okay. Well, you guys will more or less see Kenna approaching. At a run.
I'm walking towards Kenna, not towards Moa.
Well,
Lars.
Kenna's coming from the north, which is where
Okay.
Lars is.
Oh, gotcha.
If I hear Gwen approach, Lars will just sort of like give her a hand signal to like, yeah, you talk to her. I won't say anything. And he'll head back in towards the camp.
She's just sort of standing there, like pacing, waiting for her to break out through the tree line.
Yeah, she already did.
Uh,
That's why you can see her.
Firebranch just wielded with both hands, ready to swing.
wait,
Where are they at?
wait.
Where are they at?
It's fine. It's not fine. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt.
Looks for Mordehine up. Where's this rifleman?
He just went back inside. Listen. So we were robbed. Let's start with that. We were robbed.
Puts Firebrand in one hand and just rests the butt of the axe in the snow.
I was. You told me to take care of myself, so I went to sleep, and they took me. It was a pack of lichens. It was a pack of lichens, and when I found that out, I couldn't not tell them, and so they know now everything, and they also know that you know.
And
Edelweiss isn't happy about it, I would say. They're the one most actually objective to it, but Nikolai, you were right, for what it's worth. Was not openly hostile, neither was Mordehine. So
well, better than what it could have been, I guess.
it certainly was, but we need your help to find these individuals. I think they came for me. And I think they're sending a message, because...
How would they know you're here? It's not like you went looking for them, unlike the Panther.
Unless the Panther told them there are other ways. They could be trying to get me to come to them. Or they could be sent. They could have been sent to show me, to punish me for my weakness, my own choice not to indulge. You follow Metsune, and what I know of Metsune, Dyer?
Mestune, and you know literally nothing, not even the name.
Okay, which makes sense why she would get it fucking wrong. You know, you follow somebody. Or at least it seems like it. I follow somebody else, and they are a much crueler master. Well, masters can be very fickle when they want to be. So this is very much my fault, and more likely to be my fault in a sense. But we need your help. And you're probably gonna catch shit for knowing ahead of them that I am what I am.
Nikolai
welcome
comes
it.
trudging out into the snow.
What did she say?
I welcome it. Nikolai?
Hi.
I heard all of your stuff is missing.
Yeah, it is.
For the record, super cold, incredibly hard to hear one another. Just wanted to make that point.
Perhaps it'll be easier if we talked inside.
Thank you.
Yeah, the cold doesn't really bother me. Maybe I'll just hang out. Just to
Well, if we're not being attacked, and I start heading inside.
While walking, he'll shout out to you. I'd like my bag back now. I'm sort of tired of my stuff getting taken. And that's just rubbing salt in the wounds at this point.
You can't be tired of your stuff getting taken. It's the first time it's happened to you. And she just unties the bag and throws it in the snow.
He'll go and grab it. No, there was that one... I found crumbs when I was sleeping, when we were camping out in the woods. That was weird.
Oh, heck. That's a pretty wild ride back.
Yes, Gwen is pacing.
Yeah. I'm trying to put myself in this chair, but I don't remember what the
Alt.
key is to make alt. I just want to be in the chair. No, the chair.
It's like Kenna just kind of walks on in, walks past Portia, pets Portia, puts her backpack in the chair.
Everything else is missing. The room is very empty since the last time you were here.
We still have the horses, right?
We do.
I'm surprised that all of our stuff was taken and no one woke up. But at least the horses are still here.
Lars will say, if you didn't realize when you walked in, they took the bell trap I had outside. Either they took it while we were asleep and it didn't ring and we didn't hear it because of the blizzard, or they just knew about it and took it anyway.
So they're intelligent.
I mean, what Lycan comes in here and not eat people, and just steal their stuff?
One sending a message.
Would I have ever been taught about the behaviors of the different types?
You know what? I was going to ask you for a history check anyway, so give me one. Because there is a tidbit of knowledge somewhere in the recesses of Kenna's mind that might be relevant.
I rolled a 16. It's a +2, so 18.
That's pretty good. Lycans come in all flavors and varieties, all of which come with a bit of a preset of behaviors based off of what animal influence they have. Large game cats tend to be very territorial and roam alone. Werewolves tend to group together in packs, despite the fact that they often beat the crap out of one another to prove dominance. Were-rats love to collect shiny baubles, things. They're usually and usually very intelligent, so they're either very good at scheming or stealing. Bears are very large, powerful, and tend to have a sense of law and order, even no matter wherever they decide to post up. There's a handful of rules and laws that Lycan tend to follow. However, the thing that actually stands out to you, Kenna, unrelated to your original train of thought, but one I'm feeding to you here, is the fact that this unusual occurrence is something you've heard about before, which is a group of, let's use the word, outsiders have wandered into an area, and then one night when they've woken up, all of the supplies necessary for their survival in the wilderness that they are not accustomed to being in have been taken. And they either have to go back from where they came from or survive on their own merit out in the wilderness. This is a habit of another druid clan you've heard of before. They do this to prove a point that certain types of people do not belong in the wilderness that they watch over. This clan is the Ian Daya. I will...
Just gonna wait for that to be typed out. I'm not guessing that one.
Otherwise, a bit roughly translated into common, the Titan's Claw. They are aggressive protectors of this of this range wherever they roam. They are a small clan, only ranging about the size of 15 or so. They're constantly moving and traveling, and they have a very close connection to the animals of the forest. I suppose Kenna's role is actually good enough. The reason why Kenna actually has a decent grasp on some lichen behavior is because this clan is actually predominantly made of lichens.
Predominantly made of what? I didn't catch the end of that.
Lycanthropes.
Lycanthropes.
Kenna sits down in a chair. I don't think anyone had a range this far south. Stops to think how to phrase this, looks at all of the party. So, I hear there was conversations that were had.
You could say that.
Before we get to that, I'm just gonna say I believe you're right and you're wrong, Gwen. They're not making a point to you. They're not after you. If this is what I was taught, then I know who did this. Though I was not aware anybody was so bold to actually come this close to a town. Just looking around.
Are we likely to get our things back?
Can sure try if we find them.
Are they peoples that can be bargained with?
That depends on where we're bargaining from. They're like my people. They're a clan. They also have people like me inside of their clan, though they are small in number. Most of them are like Gwen. As in, she's like holding up, like,
Gestures vaguely.
about this many plus some of people in the clan only, most of them being like Gwen. They have a habit of either taking all of somebody's things because they know they don't belong there, hence the lot of you don't belong in this environment. So they took all your stuff so that you have to leave or die trying to survive. Proving a point that we don't belong here. So now, I guess depends on what you want to do. Go hunt them down and track them down for your stuff back. We can survive out here purely on our skill, or we can go back to town. can try to
My
find them,
violin.
but I can't promise.
I want it back.
Yes, there is some stuff that I would like back. And plus, what a beautiful way to make our point back. Stop stealing from people. Ugh.
Lars will
So-
say, although none of my stuff was nicked, I will happily help. I'm not going to sit around and not do anything. It's not right.
I can't promise that I can find them, but I can sure try my best.
And what shall we do with the being underground?
She's fine. She can protect herself.
Yeah. She'll be fine. All she needs is time.
Okay. Okay then.
I guess we're going to meet the neighbors.
Still shocked that they're this far south.
Meat is a nice term.
You're not going to bring any kind of war to them that they won't be matched tenfold. Tell you what.
Well, just like I was also told that you all knew that I knew. But anyways, looks to kind of. The difference is, I can still have the same amount of control over them that I would have over you.
If we can get them off.
Control? Interesting. I just want my violin back. I couldn't care less of anything else. Although, I would like everything back.
So,
Don't worry, we will.
any plans, then, on how to get at least two of this clan?
Dyer, based on their name, would I know if they're from the west or the northwest or the north, or where would I know that they'd come from?
They're like I said, they're unusual in that they move and they don't really have a section of the range they call their own home. They frequently travel around. They're go ahead.
I just assume that they wouldn't be heading anywhere around town.
No, and you'd be correct. Their migratory pattern, I suppose, that's not quite right, but yeah, their traveling pattern. They are likely heading south to go to a mountain pass that is further into the elven homeland that allows them to cut through heading back west.
Yeah. Oh, well, we start looking south. They wouldn't go back towards town, and they would be hard-pressed to keep running into the north. So at some point, they would find my people who would be very unhappy that they're there.
And what about the current weather conditions? Are we able to go out in such a thing and track them down?
From the demon's perspective, it would be very difficult. Even an experienced tracker in this weather would have a hell of a time trying to find anything to follow.
Kenna just kind of shrugs. As a group, no. I don't think so. I wouldn't be able to keep all of you safe. Not in this weather. But I can see how far they've gotten. If they've gotten far enough at all. Or tried to.
You're going to go alone then. Alone then.
For a very brief period.
As long as you can get something done.
First, I have to figure out what kind of prince did you find, if any? I have to know the type of creature I'm looking for.
Well, the prints that were left inside, he'll point towards, melted, and the prints outside have been filled in by the inclement weather.
But you know they were animal prints.
I mean, yeah.
I did.
Any type of animal?
Canine. Anything else I was able to determine from those prints, Dave? Just that they were canine.
They were canine.
Canine.
Which is to say, you know, where poodles aren't a thing, you're likely dealing with werewolves.
Mm-hmm. Well, if y'all wouldn't mind, 30 minutes or so. Be back in a jiffy. I don't remember how wild shapes work. Does things meld into me?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
All
I
of your
wasn't
equipment,
sure.
as a druid, when you wild shape, everything melds into you. You can choose, actually. You can choose for it to meld into you, or you can choose for all of your equipment to drop at your feet.
Or you can just put some equipment aside and then wild shape, and then have that outside.
Yes, or, you know, any combination of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Point is, you can choose.
Kenna grabs her backpack and heads back out, and will shift into an elk.
Okay.
And I begin running southwest.
Okay. You will basically
run
follow.
southwest.
You'll follow the edge of the mountains at that point.
Mm-hmm.
What is the elks?
I just continue southwest until about kind of lied to the party, about an hour.
Okay. Well, your elk wild shape lasts an hour and a half, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but
So I will. Yep, just full wild shape there, and then when I come back to Kenna, I will then get into a little alcove of the rocks, just away from the wind.
Mm-hmm.
And I will kneel down for 10 minutes. And I would like to ritually cast Locate Animals.
Yep.
And I am searching for a 5-mile radius for wolves.
Okay. You ritual cast, locate plants or animals, searching for wolves in a 5-mile radius from this location that you followed along the range of the mountains. As your senses reach out and nature and the land itself begins to whisper to you the secrets that it knows, it reveals to you that you do get several different blips of wolves. There is one pack in particular that you notice because it is the largest. There's about 25 or 30 of them, but they're further up in the mountains. They don't... I mean, unless the pack size is expanded, nearly double in size, which you're not certain if it has since the last time you've heard about that clan, you don't think it's them. But that's for Ken ultimately to decide. Otherwise, you get a handful of smaller groups, 2 or 3, that range a bit further eastward of you into the woods. Which sounds like a pack that is hunting in pairs. There really is nothing out of the groups that you sense that definitively tells you if any of them are the group you are looking for.
Oh, trust me, I have all the wheels turning right now.
So the jet item for the...
While your wheels are turning. An hour has passed for the rest of you. What are you doing in that hour?
Does the weather look like it's slowing down a bit?
Nope. Actually looks like it's getting worse.
Scheisse. Lars will sort of bring up the inevitable, like, so what are we going to do for food? I know Kenna's been away longer than she said she was, but we need to do something. We can't just stay here and not eat and get ourselves ready to leave at a moment's notice.
How's the meat reserves? Did they take the meat reserves too? The ones that y'all hunted for?
Absolutely all gone. Actually, some of the bones are left. Broken and shattered by very large jaws. It looks like the pack had a snack when they stopped by.
So I think what happened is I think the
shit
numbers
that I have on my
rearranged.
horse.
I saw this a little early.
At this point, it might be easier just to go back to the town.
Not in this weather.
That's 7 hours, and we need some way to communicate with Kenna that we're going back to the town.
We'll
Plus,
wait until Kenna comes back.
if she does find them, and we start making our way towards town, that would at least, and we make it to town, that would at least be 7 hours behind. We stay here and wait. We can make do.
Well, since
She'll be back before you all starve to death. I promise you that.
well, put it this way, since I can't go out and hunt as much as what I was originally going to do, I will happily divide up the rest of my rations in my backpack to make sure everyone's well fed.
That'll work.
I as well.
I have 4 rations left.
I don't think one ever hit into any of hers.
Nope.
It's a shame they're all missing.
Whatever. Yep.
Oh, that's right.
I end up
No,
using
I have my
one of the
backpack,
rations.
remember?
Right, it was tucked into your chair.
Yeah.
I used one of my rations at the very early part of the game when I was held back at the town. But apart from that, the rest I've been basically using what everyone has been feeding me. So I have those 4 rations out of the 5 that I originally started with. So with those 4 rations, Lars will just divide it up, equally with everyone as he can. I don't know how that is possible, but he'll probably give halves to it. He'll get like 1 ration, half it, and give it to everyone.
Yeah, essentially what it means is that if you try to ration your rations, if you try to segment the portions to smaller than what they're actually meant to feed, there are just con saves at the end of the day for potentially being malnourished.
I mean, yeah, but it's better than obviously.
Oh yeah. The DC will be different versus if you'd eaten nothing. Don't worry, I take into account everything. I adjust numbers on the back end as necessary.
Are we gonna starve to death up here, you guys?
No. The blizzard let up. You can walk back to town.
Would literally be impossible for us to starve up here.
Yeah. I mean, as long as Kenny gets back.
You can hunt for us, Gwen.
Yeah, as long as...
In character, motherfucker. Tell me in character you want me to go hunt for you.
No, I'm too busy.
Speaking of in-character things, all right. Well, you guys are handling your food situation. Kenna, you have gathered your information. What are you doing with that?
I'm gonna use my last wild shape.
Yep.
And take a different path back to the fortress by cutting straight eastward from where I'm at into the forest.
Okay.
Kind of like if I was going diagonally following the mountain, I'm just gonna cut straight across into the forest. And I wild shaped as a wolf.
Okay.
To try and see if I can use the good old sniffing to find the other wolves while I do that. While I head into that way.
Okay.
Because you didn't tell me the distance, but if they're in that forest, then I'm sure I can head towards them.
To really see what's going on, 'cause
Yeah,
it's
you
very
can find the other wolves hunting in the forest.
problem.
Well, we'll find out, rather. Give me a perception check at advantage with your new wolf senses.
Rolled a 6, then I rolled a 12. 12, and wolf is 1 second.
It's a +3, so it's a +3 for you no matter what.
Perception for a wolf is +5.
For
Looking at it right now.
Yeah,
Saving
I'm-
for skills, perception +5. Wild shape you can use which one you want. You can use anything that's higher.
yeah, you use your proficiency or its proficiency or your wisdom. All right, so the difference is you're actually getting proficiency is what it is. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm gaining using the wolves.
Yes, so yeah, it's a +5 because it's 2 + 3.
So 17.
Okay. Yeah, you range out into the woods. It takes you the better part of 40 minutes or so, following the scent of a couple of game animals that eventually lead you onto the scent of a couple of pairs of wolves that are actually currently routing them into a position to be ambushed. And you can kind of catch the track in which they are doing this in. You do eventually manage to find, with that perception check, 2 of them that are currently lowered quite close to the ground, covered with a fine dusting of snow as they're sort of waiting, where you know another set of wolves are currently pushing what looks like a large elk into position for them to ambush.
If I observe while they do this, is there any way I can find out if they are any I don't know how to ask, any druid senses saying that these are liken wolves to regular wolves?
That's a toughie.
I guess I wait till. Okay, yeah, I'll let you say something.
Make me a nature check.
Those are in the safe list?
We're gonna go in the opposite direction. We're gonna do not if you can see something unusual about them, but you're gonna see if their patterns match what you'd expect wolves to be doing better. Because naturally, werewolves would probably still hunt differently, even if they're hunting as wolves, because they have a more developed brain.
Big
I
brain.
don't get it. I don't have advantage on this, right?
No.
Okay, so it's 13 plus 4.
Okay.
I can't do math now all of a sudden.
17. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You observe them for a period of time. The closest thing you can kind of take in is the fact that their hunting patterns are pretty normal. You've in your lifetime have been around wolves of varying kinds for a long time, and you've seen how they hunt and the way they operate, especially as a pack. They're very well coordinated. They have tactics that they form over a long period of time. And more telling is that all of the wolves do not carry any signs on them that they would be anything other than wolves. Such as with druids, who can turn into animals mystically. Sometimes there will be a carryover from their humanoid form that you can sort of notice in the animal form. And you do not see any of those in this either. This just looks like a pack of wolves hunting.
And this is accounting for the pairs, or just these 2?
The 4 that you can see
Yeah.
are you're pretty certain normal wolves.
Okay. Well, I let them hunt then. I let them ambush the elk.
Yeah. As you're in the midst of observing in the last couple of heartbeats when you're watching, you watch them do the takedown. It does the terrible elk screaming as they drag it to the ground and begin tearing at it.
Especially if none of those wolves, if any of those wolves took an injury from the elk, then I would definitely know that they weren't lichen.
Also fair. Well, I don't know. Let's see how well their hunt went. Let me just grab a handful of dice and see what happens. The elk is green. No, the elk didn't stand a chance. It was not prepared for the 2 wolves waiting in stealth and did not sense them. Therefore, the ambush was very successful. And it looked pretty tired at that point too. You think they'd been harrying it for quite a bit.
I'm gonna head back to the fortress. Either didn't sense them, or
they were out of range.
Blended in with, yeah.
Yeah, or they were blending in with the other wolves that you could sense nearby. Possibility.
Because fortress is on a mountain edge, so going right up into the mountain would be hard, but not impossible. Or they were long gone by the time that happened.
Can I poke around out in the snow just to fill some time while we're waiting and see if I can find anything?
As always, you can certainly try.
But yeah, I head back to the fortress.
Okay.
As a wolf.
Yeah, with the rest of your wolf. You'll have to actually. I was gonna say hoof it, but that's when druids. You have to be careful with that terminology. You'll have to walk back the rest of the for the rest of the portion. Because you have 90 minutes of wild shape at this current level. You spent a good bit just hard diagonaling out east. In which case now you've got the angle to cut back. So you'll have like, 15-20 minutes of walking.
It's fine.
As for Gwyn, you're just what are you trying to accomplish here?
Getting out of the house.
I mean,
No,
yeah,
I'm trying.
easy.
I'm trying to find any hide or hair.
Okay.
I'm looking for any sort of scent or any indication of where they might have gone.
So you're either looking for little details hidden. You're looking for needles in a haystack, aka an investigation check, or you're trying to find something to track, aka a survival check. What information do you want?
I'm trying to find something to track.
Okay, survival check, please.
This wouldn't be with advantage because of sniff or anything?
No. If anything, you're lucky it's not at disadvantage because of the blizzard you're walking in.
Okay.
But the DC has been adjusted to accommodate for both anyway.
You said survival?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just gotta yeet a dice, and it gets you some damn results. 23.
Okay.
18 plus 5.
So, you're not surprised when it is incredibly difficult to find literally hide or hair of these creatures. Your meat stores, even the ones buried in the snow, were found and consumed, if not just straight up taken. There are pieces of remnants of bone that prove that they chomped their way through some of it, and then the rest, it looks like it's just straight up missing, so they took it with them. You do manage to find, nowhere in the snow, but through a bit of diligent searching on the small pond outside of the fort, through a section where you move some of the snow away, there is a large paw print that looks like it's broken part of the intact ice from the sheer weight of the creature that stepped on it.
Is this coming or going?
It is. I mean, you're uncertain, but it's heading southeasternly. But then again, the lake, you kind of have to head around the lake to get around the fort anyway, so it's southerly is probably the more generous term.
About the same direction that Kenna went?
More or less. For the glimpse of the sprinting elk that you saw, yeah.
Yeah. I just wait for her to get back.
Okay.
Actually, if I just keep moving in that general direction, am I able to find anything? Anything further pointing in a direction?
It's a good question. You continue heading in that general direction. It's a very wide search area. Very heavy snow.
Meandering.
There is, on one of the tree stumps, it looks like a wolf used it as a leverage point to jump off of, and you can find some claw marks that further reinforces that they headed south.
So. Yeah, no, after a minute, I'm just gonna take a minute to mark both of these instances of, like, physical markers, and then just make my way back to just sort of pacing somewhere.
Okay. Well, as Gwen returns to pace, Kenna making her way back to the fort with what information she has managed to gather, all of you stand inside the small common area of Fort Stenmere, uncertain as to the next course of action, but realizing that a decision needs to be made soon, lest some... I can't even bring myself to say it, it was so terrible. Lest some unfortunate circumstances befall you.
Some dire consequences.
And that is
maybe?
where we'll pick up next week.
Nice title drop.
Thank you, everybody, for that tuned in and watched. Thank you for those of you that stuck it out with us. Thank you to my beloved players who I adore and love.
Aww.
And we will see you all next week. And as always, stay frosty.
Kill some werewolves.
Thank you and
Come strong.
goodbye.